Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed by Girls and Made Harem with Monster Musume Girls Part 1. Before we start, please go support issei-senyu for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 1 Beginning. We are located months after the confrontation of Trihexa, where they managed to triumph over him, and now there was no longer danger, but this victory had a serious price. The Red Emperor Dragon Draig had sacrificed himself so that his carrier Hayato Issei could survive. But he did not leave just like that. Before Draig died, Issei somehow managed to absorb his abilities, turning him into the new Red Emperor Dragon, which also gave him the ability to transform into a dragon form at will. What had also changed was the relationship that Issei had with the girls, since in these last months they were more distant to the point that they did not even sleep with Issei, which affected him, but he would not let them see it. Now we find out that the chestnut was training with Tannen, the Dragon King Meteor, who was fighting against Issei, who was transformed into his dragon form. We can see how the Red Dragon has just defeated Tannen, and then he begins to shrink in size, transforming into the chestnut that we all know. Tannen, good training, kid. Issei, thanks old man, I think it's time for me to go back home. After that, Issei left in a red magic circle and then appeared in his room, which was empty as usual since the war against the Khaos Brigade and the Trihexa ended, except for a small exception, which was a white-haired girl addicted to sweets. Issei, I still wonder what I did to make them go away. What really happened was not Issei's fault at all, but that once the war ended, the Gremory House, as well as all of Rias's entourage and everyone who participated in the fight, received a lot of fame. On the girls' part, what happened was that when that fame arrived, they all received many proposals from different boys, some of whom were very handsome, but not all of them were fooled by the fame. For example, Irina had not been able to be with Issei because Michael had asked her for help. Since after the war several joined the Angel faction and they needed someone to train them, and Irina accepted. Rosweiss also distanced herself from Issei for work reasons, since Odin's old man had asked her for help in advising the new Valkyries who joined their ranks, while also on the other hand, for example, Ravel. When Issei became more famous than before, everyone began to ask him to work or make appearances on different programs, and Ravel, as his manager, he had to attend to everyone, which generated a lot of work and little time to share with the chestnut tree, as well as Kuroka, who was still traveling with Vala. So she couldn't see the chestnut tree either, since Vala and his team were taking care of some small branches that had survived the Khaos Brigade. Meanwhile, with the other girls who accepted other boys, Rias was the first to move away from Issei since she was becoming interested in a young high-class devil who became interested in her after the war. The same happened with Akeno, who started a relationship with a young fallen angel who, according to her, was very attractive. Asia and Zenobia were not tempted by supernatural fame but were classmates from the Core Academy who had managed to start a relationship with them. Asia's boyfriend was a boy belonging to the music club, while Zenobia's boyfriend was the captain of the school's soccer team. And the last was Kaneko. She started a relationship with a young man from a course older than her. Returning to the brown-haired boy, we can see how he was alone in his room, so he decided to take a shower to get rid of the sweat from training with Tannen. After showering, he went downstairs and had dinner alone, and after that, he went to bed. The next day we can see how the brown-haired boy woke up. He went to have breakfast, and after that he went straight to the academy, although Issei did not have much time left for him to finish school and soon he would have to go to university, but Issei did not know what he could study, although it was not something that worried him much due to all the money that he had generated from the paid dragon program, which left him enough to be able to live his entire life without working. After Issei finished the academy, he went out for a walk around the city because he didn't want to be alone at home again. While walking through the city, he saw a music instrument store and saw a guitar that caught his attention, bringing back memories of his childhood where he dreamed of being a famous musician and having many beautiful girls around him, so he decided to go in to see how much the guitar cost. Seller, hello young man, what is this for you? At that, Issei sees that they had spoken to him and sees that the person who spoke to him was a red-haired boy who was wearing an employee uniform. Issei, nothing, it just caught my attention, a guitar they were showing. Seller, I see, if you have any questions just ask. Issei, well, thank you. After that, Issei started to walk around the store and saw different musical instruments, but what caught Issei's attention the most was a guitar. Issei took the guitar and tried it out to see what it was like. Issei noticed that the guitar was connected to an amplifier, so he decided to try it out to see if he had lost his practice. Meanwhile, the seller was watching what Issei was doing and how he was playing music. Seller, hey kid, you play pretty well. Haven't you thought about being a professional? Issei, upon hearing the seller's comment, became a little embarrassed and laughed nervously. Issei, it's not that bad, besides I've lost practice. At that, Issei continued looking at the guitar while the seller was watching television where they were giving a talk show, and at that moment they were interviewing a half-animal girl band. Seller, it's impressive. A few months ago it would have been impossible to imagine that things like half-animal people existed. Issei, yes. It turns out that another thing that happened after the war against the Trihexa was that the yokai became known throughout the world, which caused several changes. But they were accepted, and even several laws were created to protect them so that they would not be discriminated against for being different, and there would be no conflicts between humans and yokai. After that, Issei took the guitar and an amplifier, and decided to buy them for himself. He went to the cashier to pay for the things. Seller, I see you decided to buy something in the end. Issei, if I take the guitar and an amplifier. While Issei was paying, the seller said something that caught the brown-haired boy's attention. Salesman, I wish I could start over. My girlfriend left me for another guy, and the only thing I have left is this job at a music store. Man, don't let something like a bad relationship stop you from following your dreams. I did it, and I still regret several things. If you have problems, you can always start over. After that, Issei finished paying and took the guitar and the amplifier to his house. When Issei arrived, he started practicing since today he wouldn't train with Tannen since he had things to do, so he took advantage of the whole afternoon to practice. While Issei played, he realized that he hadn't lost much practice, and still had some skills for the guitar. Thus continued the weeks of Hayato Issei, alternating between school and training with Tannen, and when he had free time he dedicated himself to practicing guitar. Several months had passed and Issei finished the academy, but he still didn't know what to study since he had doubts. He liked music a lot, but he didn't know if he was good enough to survive from it, since he didn't want to live off only his savings because of the Issei Dragon program. Well, now we meet Issei, who was walking through the park because he wanted to go out for a walk today, even though the day was not good for him since it was cloudy, and it seemed as if it was going to rain soon. While he was walking through the park, suddenly he stopped in shock at what he found in front of him. In front you could see how Rias Gremory was walking through the park in the company of a young man with black hair. This would not have bothered him much if he did not see that they were arm in arm, but what broke his heart completely was seeing how Rias kissed him on the lips and the boy reciprocated. When Issei saw this, he left that place while tears began to fall from his eyes. At the same time that in the city it begins to rain, Issei ran to his house. When he arrived, he entered carefully, since when he entered he noticed that the lights were on, which meant that the girls were in the house. Issei entered carefully so that they would not notice him, but when he passed near the living room to go up to his room, he stops for a few seconds listening to what the girls were talking about. Asia, my Zakun is very cute and kind. This morning he wrote me a song to celebrate our 3-month anniversary. Zenobia, it's incredible, Asia. But you know, my James-kun invited me to the movies and we had our first kiss. And so the girls continued talking about how things went with their boyfriends, and how they had had their dates with them, and how far they had gotten with them. While they continued talking about their boyfriends, Issei went up to his room and locked himself in, and reinforced it with magic so that they would leave him alone, and could not hear him while he cried. Issei, why? Why? Wasn't it enough that I sacrificed myself for them, that I gave everything for them? After a while Issei continued crying until he finally fell asleep. The next day he woke up and remembered everything that had happened the day before, but then Issei remembered the words of the store clerk. Flashback. Salesman, I wish I could start over. My girlfriend left me for another guy, and the only thing I have left is this job at a music store. Man, don't let something like a bad relationship stop you from following your dreams. I did it, and I still regret several things. If you have problems, you can always start over. Flashback ends. Issei, thinking, he's right, I can't let this stop me. if they wanted to change me so I could be happy with them, I can't do anything to ruin their happiness, but I won't stand by and watch them be happy and I suffer. After that, Issei took a shower and went down to have breakfast, but he didn't realize that when he went down, he would find Rias having breakfast there. When Issei saw her, he didn't know how to react because memories of Rias kissing another boy in the park came back to him. So, what he decided was to go in quickly and leave to try to have the minimum interaction with her. Issei entered the kitchen, and it seems that Rias did not notice him since she was using her cell phone talking to someone. Issei assumed that she was talking to her boyfriend, so he decided to hurry. He went and made a sandwich and left the kitchen, but when he was about to leave, Rias noticed him and decided to talk to him. Rias, hello Issei. Issei, upon hearing her, remained still and became somewhat nervous since he honestly did not even want to talk to her. Issei, hello Madam President. Rias, when she heard Issei calling her by her title as president of the occult club and not as Rias, as she had managed to get him to do before, she was a little surprised but let it go even though it still hurt her for some reason. Rias, how have you been? We haven't talked in a while. Issei, seeing that Rias wanted to start a conversation with him, thought of a quick excuse to avoid having to talk to her. Issei, I'm sorry Rias, but I'm in a hurry. I'll meet Tannen to train. After that, Issei left in a magic circle, which surprised Rias since she didn't know that he knew how to use magic at that level and neither that he was still training with Tannen, just as she was surprised that he left quickly without even saying goodbye. Rias, yes, goodbye. After that, Rias finished breakfast and went to meet Akeno since they were going out today. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, he was walking through the city thinking about what he could do now, until he saw an advertisement that said about moving. Issei thought about starting over in a new city, but this time calmly and somewhat removed from the supernatural so he wouldn't have to see the girls. Issei would continue helping if necessary and a new threat arose, but he also wanted the opportunity to start over, so he teleported to hell to ask Surzek for a favor. When he arrived in the underworld, he was greeted by a maid who then took him to where Surzek was working. Surzek, it's good to see you Issei-kun. Issei, thank you, I'm glad to see you too Surzek. Surzek, and tell me, what brings you to the underworld? Issei, there's something I'd like to ask you. Surzek, and what is it? Issei, I want you to take away my pawn pieces and cancel my commitment to Rias. When Surzek heard what Issei said, he was completely surprised. The boy who had risked his life for his sister more than once was in front of him, asking him to remove the pieces and annul the engagement with Rias. Surzek, could you repeat that please Issei? Issei just sighed. Issei, I want you to take away my pawn pieces and cancel my engagement with Rias Gremory. Surzek, why? Issei, what happened was. So Issei told him about what he had discovered about Rias and the others, about how they were cheating on him with other boys. Upon hearing that, Surzek became completely disappointed in his sister, as well as in the others, due to their attitude. Surzek, okay, I'll help you. The parts will be easy since it can be passed off as your promotion to high-class devil, and you can be given your own game, but because of the commitment, I'm sure there will be questions. Issei, I would appreciate it if you kept this a secret. Surzek, why? Issei, even though they were unfaithful to me, it seems they are happy now with those boys and I don't want to intervene in that, and if everyone finds out about this it would create a huge controversy which would interfere with their happiness, and I don't want that. Surzek, I see, even when they hurt you, you have a big heart. I'm sure that one day Rias will see the mistake he made. Surzek, okay. But what are you going to do next? I mean, you live in the same house, and if you kick them out, they'll get suspicious. Issei, I was thinking of moving to another city to start over, a new quiet life. But don't worry, it won't disappear. If you need me, you can always count on my help. Surzek, thanks, then let's start. The first thing to do is go to Ajuka so he can create a set of pieces for you so you can take out the ones you have without risk. Issei, thank you. After that, Issei and Surzek leave the office and head to Ajuka's lab to see him and ask for his help. Ajuka was working until he sees a magic circle appear in his laboratory and recognizes that it belongs to his Mao partner Surzek. Surzek, hello Ajuka. Ajuka, hello, and tell me, what brings you here, Surzek? Surzek, I would like to ask you if you can create an evil peace game for issei. At that point, Ajuka sees that Surzek did not come alone but with the company of the chestnut tree. Ajuka, it won't be a problem, but he's not your sister's pawn. Surzek, issei-sen was promoted to high-class devil for his contribution in the war. Ajuka, I see, I need you to create an orb with your power. Issei listens and creates an orb of power the size of a soccer ball, which is taken by Ajuka and turns around and starts heading to his laboratory. Ajuka, this will take a while. Issei, it's okay. After a few hours, Surzek had left since he had to continue with the work. Meanwhile, Issei had lain down on an armchair to wait for Ajuka, but boredom won and he fell asleep on the spot. When Ajuka came back to give him the pieces, she saw him sleeping on the armchair, so she went to wake him up. When Issei woke up, he saw that Ajuka was watching him. Ajuka, your pieces are ready. Issei, thank you. Ajuka, first of all, let me mention that your pieces are a bit special. Issei, what do you mean? Ajuka, well, your pieces are different, starting with their power. Each of your pieces is equivalent to 3 of the same mutated ones, not to mention that your pieces are red but shaped like dragons. Imagine they are red. Issei, surprising. At that, Issei takes the wooden box that contained the pieces but sees how Ajuka takes the king piece from them, and then pronounces a spell and the piece enters Issei's chest while 8 pawn pieces fall to the ground. Ajuka, well, it would be ready. Issei, thanks, but I have a question. Ajuka, what thing? Issei, how do I reincarnate someone? Ajuka, for that you have to give him a piece which you want to give him, and have him place it on his chest, and you have to recite, by the power of the clan I order you to come back to life and live for me. Issei, I see, thanks. Ajuka, if there is nothing else, I will continue with my work. After that, Issei said goodbye to Ajuka and returned home only to start packing his things since it was time to start a new life to find his own happiness. Chapter 2, A New City. We are in the Hayato house. We can see how Issei was in his room putting away all the things that belonged to him while making sure not to leave anything of his to avoid problems later. Issei had just finished packing his things when he hears the entrance door open, and upon feeling the presences he notices that they were the voices of Rias and Akeno which were talking. When Issei heard this, he locks the door so that by chance they would think of entering his room and they saw the suitcases. After a few minutes he heard how the two entered Rias' room, so he quickly takes his suitcases and creates a magic circle to his new house, which as a favor Surzek had gotten for him. Now we are in Issei's new house, which was located in the city of Tokyo. Here Issei could start a new life without the girls who changed him for others. This is the house. Issei, it's good that I made sure to tell Surzek that I didn't want a very big house like the one I had after that remodel. Then Issei entered the house and was surprised by its interior, since it was a house with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a modern kitchen, a living room, and what Issei liked the most was that Surzek had a room dedicated to music at the bottom of the house. In this room were all the necessary equipment. Issei, thank you, Surzek. After Issei finished packing his things into his new house, he took the opportunity to make something to eat and then went to sleep. The next day, Issei decided to leave early to get to know the surroundings of where he would live now. After walking for a while, Issei found himself in the center of the city, but wherever he was going, he could see that there were a lot of people gathered, which caught his attention, so he decided to go find out what was happening. When he approached the place, he could see a woman in the company of other girls, but when he looked closely, he noticed that most of them were not normal girls, but were all extra species. One was a girl with blue hair. She was almost normal. The only thing that differentiated her was that she only had one eye. There was also a blonde girl over 2 meters tall who had a horn. There was also a redhead with several scars. And the last of them was a white-haired girl. The other was a normal woman with black hair who was dressed in a black suit. The latter was talking to one of the officers. A few moments ago there had been an attempted assault by some extra species. They were 2 half-dog men who had tried to assault a high school student, but they managed to avoid it, and now they were being arrested. When the black-haired girl finished giving the report to the officer, she turned around to talk to the group of extra-species girls. As Issei saw that everything was over, he decided to leave the place. After that, Issei decided to return home since he had finished walking around the city. So a few months passed in which Issei continued with his life. After that time, Issei continued working on his music but had already written several songs, and today Issei had already signed to work with a record label which was Sony BMG Music Entertainment. Thanks to this, Issei had already started his career as a musician in Japan, and apparently it had gone quite well for him. Many people liked his music. It was mainly rock, although it also had variations like rock pop or rock punk and several others that sometimes strayed from rock. Everything was going very well for him since apparently despite his great fame in Japan and growing in the rest of the world, the Gremry had not found out about him. So Issei continued his life as a musician. Everything was going very well for him. But something had changed, because at this moment we can see how Issei was sleeping in his bed, but he was not alone, but rather in the company of a pink-haired girl sleeping while she hugged him. But this situation was even more peculiar because apart from the fact that Issei was sleeping hugged by a girl, this girl was an extra species. She was half snake, a pink-haired lamia, just like the parts of her snake body, which had its entire body wrapped around Issei's. At that moment, Issei's alarm starts to ring and he turns it off. When Issei starts to wake up, he feels his body heavier than normal. At that moment, he looks to the side and sees the face of a girl who was smiling while she was sleeping. Issei, Mia, it's already dawn, it's time to wake up. When Maya hears Issei's voice trying to wake her up, she just settles in better. Maya, 5 more minutes, no wait until I warm up 5 degrees more. Issei, by the way Maya, I have a question, why are you in my bed? Maya, it was so cold that I couldn't warm myself up. I figured you could help me, darling. Lamias have cold blood. He said this while still hugging Issei. Issei, I see, 5 degrees more okay. At that, Issei settles down and hugs Maya, who smiles and puts her head on Issei's chest, thus going back to sleep. An hour later they both wake up, and Issei goes to the bathroom to prepare it for Maya. Now we are in Issei's new bathroom. Another thing that had changed since Maya's arrival in Issei's life is that the agency in charge of the extra species had remodeled his house so that Maya could live without problems, which meant that now all the rooms were much bigger than before. Returning to Issei, he had finished filling the bathtub for Maya. Issei, I hope it's warm enough, because if Mia's temperature drops again she'll fall asleep again. At that, Issei begins to observe his new bathroom, which was much larger than the previous one. Issei, even though I didn't want it, my house ended up being remodeled anyway because of Mia's stay. Now the rooms are huge. At that, Issei begins to review how all the rooms had grown until she passes by the bathroom and stops to think. Issei, the bathroom, I wonder how does he go to the bathroom? At that, Issei begins to imagine all the possibilities for Maya to be able to use the bathroom, but he stops imagining those things when he feels the bathroom door being opened. Maya, is the bathtub ready? Issei, yes, I just filled it. At that, Issei turns around while talking to Maya, but when he does, he sees that Maya is behind him, completely naked, so when Issei sees her, he blushes while a trickle of blood comes out of his nose. Maya, thanks darling, I'll take a bath first. After that, Maya gets into the bathtub, but when she does, the bathtub overflows, which causes a lot of water to come out of it. Mia, it's warm. Japanese bathtubs are great. While that was happening, Issei had just stayed watching Maya and then recovered and left to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Maya, I read that there were many hot springs in Japan. I would like to go with you. Issei, well, you see. At that, Issei turns around to talk to Maya, but he can't help but look at her breasts, which causes a little blood to come out of his nose again. Maya, what are you looking at? At that, he stands up a little and realizes what Issei was watching. Maya, pervert. Issei, seeing himself discovered, tries to escape from the place. Issei, I'll go prepare breakfast. But when he was about to leave the bathroom, he felt something grab him by the waist, and then quickly pulled him towards the bathtub, putting him fully clothed inside it, while at the same time Maya approached where he was. Issei, Mia, you're in the bathtub. You don't need me. Maya ignored what Issei was saying as she approached him and ended up hugging him from behind and putting her breasts on his back. Maya, you know I read that there is something called mixed baths, so I want to bathe with you. While Mia was talking, she moved her breasts on Issei's back. When he felt them, he could feel how his lust began to grow, and it became more and more difficult for him to control himself. All this was because now being a complete dragon, his instincts were amplified, and having a hexy naked lamia behind him was not good for his control. Issei, Mia, I think this is not the best. Maya, what's wrong with mixed-gender bathrooms? Do they do obscene things in mixed-gender bathrooms? Issei, no, but… Maya, let's experience mixed baths at home. After all, I came to experience Japanese culture. At that, Maya ties Issei's hands with her tail and begins to take off his clothes. Maya, I just want to take a bath with you, darling. At that, Maya hugs Issei again, and he feels Maya's bare breasts against his bare back. Issei, thinking, if this continues like this, I won't be able to control myself, and I don't know what will happen. Maya, I want my first time. In that, Issei, in a quick movement with his foot, manages to open the cold water tap, which causes Maya to drop him because of the cold. Maya, ahea, it's cold. My temperature. After that, Issei tries to get out of the bathtub but is pulled by Maya's tail, which submerges him again in the water. Maya, what are you doing, darling? Then Issei manages to get out of the water. Issei, for now, this place does not offer that type of service. Maya, turn off the tap, darling. You're a party pooper. After that, Maya closes the faucet at the same time that Issei leaves the bathroom. Meanwhile, with Issei out of the bathroom, we can see how he was trembling due to the little self-control he had left at that moment. After he managed to calm down, Issei went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two of them. After a few minutes in the kitchen, we can see how Issei was preparing breakfast while watching television. Presenter, the popular ANM48 is fighting for the #1 spot with the new singer-songwriter Hayato Issei, who was a surprise this year with his great talent and incredible songs. He has quickly risen in popularity. What do you think? Interviewee, both are amazing. On one hand, they are the first extra species idol group, while on the other hand there is Issei-san, who is also amazing. Presenter, Hayato wouldn't have so much competition if it weren't for the animal girls who appeared a year ago, and apparently thanks to the new laws they have been very successful. Thus continued the report on the extra species and how everything had changed since they arrived. Meanwhile, Issei was cooking eggs for breakfast and placing them on the table accompanied with other things. In that, Issei takes the remote control and turns off the television and returns to the kitchen. Issei, until recently I only hoped to be able to continue with my musical career. I never thought it would end like this. Smith, you can say that. Issei, good morning, Smith-san. Smith, good morning, Hayato Issei-kun. At that, Issei looks behind him and sees Agent Smith sitting in one of the dining room chairs drinking coffee. Issei, what are you doing here, Smith-san? Smith, I'm here for breakfast with a rock star. Issei, did you come to eat? While they were talking, Issei had gone to see how the rice for breakfast was and if it was ready. As the situation was, he was serving it in a bowl. Smith, and also I came to make sure that you are not carrying out illegal activities. According to the Species Exchange Act, anyone who hurts the girls will receive a severe punishment. I came to see you because your host family does not know the law. Issei, are you blaming me? You brought Mia by accident. I'm not her host family. When Smith hears that, he just looks away while taking a sip of his coffee. Smith, I don't remember. Issei, upon hearing Smith's response, just lets out a sigh. Issei, you're a disaster, and yet you call yourself a coordinator? When Smith hears that, he pretends to cry. Smith, wow, you're really bad. Who would say stars are jerks? Issei only has a drop of sweat on his head. Issei, really? Smith, changing the subject, Mia says she likes it here, so you'll have to study law. It's good that you live alone. Issei, how one-sided. Smith, please give me more coffee. Issei, good. At that, Issei starts preparing coffee for Smith. Issei, I haven't heard him. At that, Smith gets behind Issei. Smith, taking her virginity also counts. Issei, upon hearing Smith nearby, gets nervous, just as he does because of what he just said, and quickly turns around. Issei, I never. Smith, you have more than enough in your crotch, you could do it if you wanted. Has she approached you? Lamias are very passionate, but damaging the purity of their representative before humanity would trigger a diplomatic problem. If you were to cross the line, you would be arrested and the poor thing would be deported. I know it's sad, but it's the law. Smith, well? Have they done it? Issei, no, really. Smith, but I'm sure you've considered it. Her lower body is like a snake, but she has a good figure, huge breasts, and a beautiful face, and she's madly in love with you. While Smith was speaking, he approached Issei, and at that moment he had one of his hands on his chin, while he got even closer to his face, almost giving him a kiss. Smith, I doubt you can put up a fight. Issei, wait. At that moment, Smith was about to kiss him, but Maya's tail quickly came and wrapped Issei's face around her and brought him towards her, which surprised Smith. Maya, hey! What were you doing? I won't let you lay a finger on me, darling, Smith-san. At that, Smith noticed how Maya had Issei by the neck, who was losing color in his face. Smith, does it look like you're having trouble? Maya, are you listening to me? Smith, I was just joking, and I was about to leave. After that, Smith starts walking towards the exit, but then stops while he puts on his sunglasses. Smith, darling Kuin, remember not to commit any illegal acts, goodbye. After that, Smith leaves the house, leaving Issei and Maya alone. Maya sits on the floor with them while hugging Issei. After a few seconds, seeing that Maya didn't move, Issei decides to talk. Issei, Mia, if you continue like this you'll end up getting cold since your clothes aren't dry. Maya, is the band really that important? Issei, huh? Maya, the moment I arrived everyone was repulsed by lamias because half of our bodies were snake-like. While Maya was speaking, they both remembered the day Maya arrived at Issei's house. She had been brought there by mistake by Smith, but he invited her in anyway. At this moment, they were both in the living room talking to each other. Maya, that's why I was afraid you'd reject me. After a few minutes Issei runs out of the room, which leaves Maya sad because she thought he didn't want to be with her. At the same time she was shaking from the cold since the temperature of the place was lower than what she was used to. But after a few minutes she is surprised because she sees how Issei came back with some sheets and covered his snake part so that he wouldn't be cold. And while he was doing it he turns around to see Maya, and when they both see each other directly Issei smiles at her. Maya, but you greeted me with a smile. You made me very happy. Back to the present, both of them were still sitting on the floor while Maya hugged Issei. Issei, I have seen the extra species, they are not to be feared. While Issei was talking, Maya wrapped him around with her tail and then threw him to the ground and got on top of him. Maya, I don't care about the law because no matter what you do to me, you could hurt me if you wanted to. Then Mia opens Issei's pants with the tip of her tail. Issei, Mia. Maya, I wouldn't mind. Maya, having my first time with you, after all I like you a lot. Issei, upon hearing those words, also noticed the sincerity and love she had for him, and it was difficult for him not to admit that he also felt something for her since although it was not more than a month together, she had shown him that she was a good, sincere, very sweet girl and that she truly loved him, and he was hesitant to reciprocate since he did not want to have another bad experience in love. At that, Mia puts her hands on Issei's chest and gets closer and closer to him, and when they were about to kiss, she hears a knock on the door. Smith, darling, can you serve me breakfast? In that, the two noticing that it was Smith, quickly separate, but in doing so, Maya accidentally throws Issei against the wall, and when she notices it, she quickly goes to see how he is, as does Smith. After that and after they helped Issei to see if he was hurt, the three of them have breakfast, although Maya was angry with Smith for interrupting her almost first kiss with her darling. After breakfast, Smith left because he had to work. Meanwhile, Issei and Maya had decided to go out for a walk, and at that moment, they were both walking around the city. Maya, a date, I have a date with my darling, a date. Maya was very happy walking next to Issei, who noticed how everyone looked at Maya in a strange way just for being a lamia and somewhat disgust. Also several noticed that the one accompanying the snake girl was the new rising star Hayato Issei. When they saw him, the vast majority were surprised and some girls and young men approached him to ask for an autograph, which he gave it to them with a smile. Flashback. We can see how Issei was sitting on the couch in front of Smith, who had a book in her hand. Smith, before your date, let's remember the last details. As a host family, you can't leave your guest alone. You must accompany and help her at all times. Show her the city. Issei, Smith-san, isn't that your job as coordinator? Smith, I'm very busy. At that, Smith gets up from the chair as he approaches where Issei was and stands next to his face. Smith, but don't even think about taking her to a motel. At that, Issei sees Smith's face and he was a little scared by the way he was looking at him. Flashback ends. When Issei finished signing the fan photos, Issei went to where Maya was waiting for him. Maya, come on darling, we're on a date, don't waste time with them. Issei, sorry. Maya, well, let our date begin. In that, Mia grabs Issei and leaves quickly to start their date. Right now we are in a restaurant, and we can see how there were several dishes on the table. While they were sitting, the waitresses of the place were all watching Issei since several of them were his fans. But returning with our partner, Maya was very happy for the delicious food that was in front of her. After they ate, the two left, but not before one of the waitresses dared and asked her for a photo with him, which she accepted, but this made Maya jealous since he paid more attention to other girls than to her, who was his date at that time. After eating, they both went to a game room where Maya tried to get a snake stuffed animal, but before it left it fell, which depressed Maya, but then Issei tries and gets it and gives it to Maya, who smiles and hugs Issei, who blushed slightly and reciprocates the hug. After that, they both enter a booth to photos, where in all the photos they appeared hugging or Mia trying to kiss him, but she couldn't do it. After that, we can see how both were walking together while Maya had in her arms the snake stuffed animal that Issei had given her. Maya, how fun! I thought Japan would be kind of boring, but it has a lot of fun places. The bad thing is that almost everything is small and designed for humans. I wanted to go to karaoke and hear you sing, darling. Issei, the private karaoke rooms are very small. Not everything has been adapted for the rest of the species. Maya, no way. While they were walking, Mia saw a sign that said, All species welcome. Maya, look darling, a store for all species, let's go in. At that, Maya begins to pull Issei by the arm towards the store. Issei, Mia, don't push me. Then when the doors of the store open, Issei is surprised to see what the store was. Issei, a lingerie store? I think I'd better wait outside. Issei, thinking, I don't know if I can control myself in there. Issei was about to leave the store when Maya's tail stopped him. Maya, no! Smith-san said we couldn't separate. Then when they enter the store, Mia approaches a saleswoman. Maya, excuse me, do you have any for lamias? Saleswoman, this way, take your time. Maya, thank you. Meanwhile, Issei stood there while Maya was talking to the saleswoman. All the women in the store were watching Issei, some because he was a very attractive young man and others because they recognized who he was and were surprised that he was in such a place with an extra species. Issei, how uncomfortable. At that, Issei looks away and sees a set of pink underwear with black edges. Issei, does he even wear underwear? Like? Issei was about to imagine Maya in her underwear, but he heard someone talking to her, and when he saw who it was, he realized it was Maya. Maya, darling, which one do you think is better? Look, what Maya was showing him were two sets of underwear. One was purple with black edges and the other was pink with lighter pink edges. Maya, since I don't usually wear bras, I'm not sure. Issei moves away a little since he was surprised by the question. Then he sees how Maya lowers the part of her shirt from her neck and shows him her naked breasts since she wasn't wearing a bra, and Issei, seeing it, feels how little by little he begins to lose control, but he tries to resist. Issei, I don't know about that either. What if you try them on? Maya, should I try them on? You're right. Then Maya enters a dressing room, but she drags Issei inside with her tail. Issei, hey, why? Maya, we must be together at all times, so I want you to take a look and choose the one you like the most. At that time, while they were talking, Maya was taking off all her clothes and was passing the outfits to Issei to hold. At that time, Issei sees Maya and sees that she was naked, showing her breasts and covering her private parts with her tail. Maya, I'll wear whatever you choose, since I want you to like me more. Look carefully before choosing. Issei was nervous because every second that passed he felt like his dragon instincts told him to leave everything and make her his at that moment, and place no matter what happened. Issei, anyone would be fine. At that, Issei hands her the two outfits and quickly leaves the fitting room. Issei, I'll buy you the ones you like. When Issei came out of the fitting room, he noticed he had something in his hand, but he didn't know what it was. Issei, what is this? Is it silicone? A nubra? No, it doesn't have that shape. The back is sticky and warm. While Issei continued examining what he had in his hand, Maya spoke to him from inside the fitting room. Maya, darling, I am sorry I dragged you into the fitting room, so give me back my underwear. At that, Issei realizes that what he was holding was Maya's underwear, more specifically her panties. Issei, what? Maya, darling, you are a pervert. Issei, if I used. Maya, upon hearing what Issei said, hits him with her tail, causing him to fly out of the store. Maya, idiot! After buying the clothes Maya wanted, we can now see how the two were walking downtown while Maya was still somewhat angry with Issei. Maya, darling, only perverts play with underwear. Issei, I already told you it was an accident. I didn't know what it was. Maya, seeing Issei's attitude towards that, just lets out a light laugh. Maya, but if you're curious, I can teach you. Issei, I already told you. While they were talking behind Issei, a man and his partner came out of one of the alleys. Man, hey! What the hell? He just called you honey. While the man was talking, the woman was just laughing at her. Woman, how disgusting! Maya, upon hearing how they laughed at her, gets angry, which causes her to start moving her tail, and it sounds like a bell. She was about to attack the couple, but Issei grabs Maya's tail. Maya, darling? Issei, Mia, remember the law. It is true that humans cannot hurt other species, but it also works the other way around. If you hurt humans, they will deport you. At that point, the woman who was accompanying the man starts taking pictures of the girl. At that point, Issei notices how many people were around watching what was happening, while they murmured things like, "That's what other species look like," or, "What's someone like Issei-san doing with that half-animal girl? Are they a couple?" Issei, noticing this, starts to get angry and unleashes his killer instinct, causing everyone to become afraid. Issei, they are not ashamed to bother an extra-species girl just because she looks different, not because her appearance is different means that they should harass and bother her. When Issei said that, everyone started to look at the couple who was bothering them with bad eyes, and some started to tell them to leave the place. But while she was talking, Maya approached Issei. Maya, darling, can we go somewhere more private? Issei, a private place? After that, Issei walks away with Maya, leaving the couple booed by the people who were there, and they also left since many people seeing Issei there wanted to go ask him for an autograph, and he at that moment was not in the mood for that, although now with Issei and Maya they were in front of a motel. In that, they begin to hear how people were still looking for the two of them, since some wanted to take pictures of Issei while others wanted to take pictures of Maya for being an extra species. When Issei hears that, he enters the motel with Maya. Once inside the room, we can see how Issei was sitting on the bed while Maya was taking a shower. Then Issei's cell phone rings and he answers. Issei, hello? Manager, hello Issei, it's me, Ryu, your manager. Issei, what's happening, Ryu? Ryu, I was just calling to let you know that the record company has scheduled a concert in a week, and they want you to sing a new song. Issei, I see, don't worry, I have several written so far. Ryu, I see, great, then see you at the concert. After that, Issei hangs up the phone while he hears the water being turned off in the bathroom, and then Maya comes out in a bathrobe while she was drying her hair. Maya, the bathtub wasn't huge like yours, but it was spacious. Issei, Mia, are you okay? Maya, yes, I feel better now. At that, Maya lies down on the bed where Issei was sitting and begins to explore everything in the room. Maya, are we in a hotel? I didn't bring my personal belongings. While Mia was talking, she was checking everything that was in the place. Issei, don't worry, we won't spend the night there. Maya, even though it's a hotel, what do people do here? Issei gets nervous about the question because he didn't want to tell him that this wasn't a hotel but a motel where people came to have sexual encounters. Issei, I wonder the same thing. Maya, what is this? At that, Issei turns his head to see what I was asking him and notices that what I had in my hand was a condom. Issei, leave it where it was. Maya makes chaos and then sits next to Issei on the bed. After a few seconds of silence, Maya decides to speak. Maya, it seems that humans still dislike us. Issei, huh? Maya, they're only nice to us because that law exists. Darling, are you nice to me only because you're afraid of getting arrested? Issei, no. Then Issei sees Mia take off her bathrobe, leaving her naked. Maya, look at me, darling. Then Maya lies down on the bed naked with her arms open. Maya, I'm not scary. At that, Maya wraps her tail around Issei's head. Maya, do you see how defenseless I am? I wouldn't do anything even if you hurt me. Do you still fear me? Issei, Mia, I don't. Then, when Issei was about to speak, he heard the wall crack and then saw it explode. Smith, don't move. We're the Species Exchange Security Squad. At that moment, Issei sees Count. The wall had broken and he sees Smith standing, accompanied by several men with weapons. Smith, we've been informed that someone brought a lamia with lustful intentions, according to the Species Exchange Act. At that, Smith notices that the person in the room was Issei. Smith, go darling-kun. Issei, Smith-san? How did you get here? Smith, don't underestimate the government's information networks. Well, they actually use Twitter. In that, he shows a video where Issei came out defending Maya from the people who made fun of her. Smith, the things a star like you does in public don't go unnoticed. After that, Maya got dressed and they took the stuffed animals she had gotten from Maya and the three of them left the place. But when they did so, the couple that had been bothering Maya before was at the motel reception, and when they saw them coming out of the elevator, they started laughing again. It seems they didn't care about looking bad in front of people. Man, what? The snake woman is in a motel. Woman, how disgusting. Smith, hey you guys. Man, can he even do it? At that moment, Mia was shedding some tears because of the insults they were saying to her. Man, does she even have a vagina? Woman, how funny. I can't believe it. At that moment, Mia was getting angrier and was about to attack them, something that Smith noticed. Smith, Maya-chan. But while all this was happening, no one noticed how angry Issei was. Even his eyes changed, tearing like a dragon's. In a quick movement and without measuring his strength, Issei goes to the subject and connects a direct blow to the mouth. He does it with such force that the man flies and crashes into his wife and the two fly through the glass door, breaking it and crashing into a tree that also breaks. Smith and Maya were in shock by the show of strength of their darling. While with the couple, the man had lost 9 teeth and had a broken nose while bleeding and some other injuries from the impact of the tree and the door, while the woman was unconscious and was also bleeding. Issei, I think I went too far? Time jump. Now we are at Issei's house where we can see how Issei was sitting next to Maya and Smith was in front of them. Issei, well, about those two. Smith, don't worry, we talked and we reached an out-of-court settlement, but changing the subject, be more careful. Remember that you are famous and everything you do will be known. We were lucky that this time there was no one to record it and upload it to the networks. Issei, I know, thanks for your help. Smith, well, goodbye. After that, Smith leaves the living room and starts to leave, but he sees Maya who is waiting in the hallway, and when he sees her, he signals her to come in to talk to him. Maya, darling, why did you do it? Issei, if I did it, it would just be a common fight. If I hit them, they won't deport you. Besides, you may belong to another species, but you're still a girl and someone important to me. I couldn't stop them from being cruel to you. Maya, upon hearing Issei's reasons, had tears in her eyes of happiness, while she blushed and smiled. Maya, darling, darling. At that, Maya jumps towards Issei and hugs him, and Issei falls to the ground next to her, but he hugs her back. Maya, I'm so happy, it means you see me as a girl. Are we still where we left off? At that moment, Maya was going to take off her clothes, but Issei stopped her. Issei, it would be best not to for now, but I hope this helps. At that point, Issei approaches Mia and gives her a tender kiss on the lips, which surprises her but fills her with happiness and causes her to shed a few tears of joy, and she reciprocates the kiss while hugging Issei. The kiss lasts several seconds and would have lasted longer if Smith hadn't intervened. Smith, by the way, darling, what's for dinner? The two, upon hearing Smith speak, quickly break away from the kiss. Maya, what are you doing here, Smith-san? Smith, what do you mean? I'm just hungry. Issei, how demanding. Then he sees Smith kneel down as if she were starving. Smith, hey, getting that deal done was so hard. At that Issei goes to the kitchen. Issei, if you want, we have rice with curry. When Smith hears that, he raises his head and smiles. Smith, really? Sorry for the inconvenience. Maya, right in the best part. After that, the three of them sat in the dining room to eat dinner. Chapter 3. Two New Companions. We are at the home of our favorite chestnut tree, and we can see how he was on the terrace of his house hanging clothes to dry, but he was not alone. He was with his new partner Maya, who could be seen to be very happy while hanging clothes as she was humming with great joy. Issei, you're in a good mood, Mia. Did something good happen? At that, Maya stops hanging the clothes and turns around to see Issei. Maya, what are you saying, darling? How could I not be in a good mood? Yesterday was the best day of my life. In that, Maya remembers how Issei protected her from those two jerks who wanted to bother her, and she also remembered that when they arrived home they had their first kiss, which made Maya blush and start laughing with happiness, since she began to imagine herself a few years ahead and how she was sitting watching Issei play with a half-snake girl in the garden while she caressed her stomach, which was swollen, a sign of being pregnant. While Maya was imagining all of that, Issei was watching her with a drop of sweat because of her behavior, but then he saw how Maya stayed still and started to look at him. Issei, what's wrong, Mia? Maya, you didn't give it to me. Issei didn't know what she was talking about until he saw Maya approaching him and hugging him by the neck. Maya, darling, you know you haven't given me my good morning kiss. Issei, knowing what Maya wanted, takes her face and brings her closer and gives her a soft kiss on the lips, causing Maya to become very happy, and after a few seconds they separate. Issei, happy? Maya, yes. Darling, I'll go get the rest of the clothes. At that, Maya turns around and goes to look for what was left of the clothes in the washing machine. While she left, Issei stayed to finish hanging up the few clothes, but without realizing it, he is grabbed by the shoulders by some claws and they fly away, causing Issei to let out a scream in surprise. Maya, upon hearing the scream, quickly turns around to see what had happened. Maya, darling! But when she did this, she saw how many feathers were falling and how Issei was being kidnapped by a blue-haired girl with wings who flew away. Maya, hey! Darlings! Meanwhile, returning with Issei, we can see how, after a few minutes of flying fast, he had landed on top of a tree. At this moment, he opened his eyes and saw that he was hanging from one of the branches of the tree. Issei, where am I? Unknown, you woke up. At that, Issei looks in front of him and sees that there was a girl with blue hair who instead of arms had blue wings and her legs were just like those of a bird. She was flying in front of him watching him. The girl was only wearing shorts and a very short t-shirt. Issei, who are you? Unknown, Daddy. 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 The harpy. Issei, upon hearing the girl's presentation, was somewhat confused. Issei, how? Daddy Harpy Daddy? At that, the girl gets closer to him. Daddy Harpy Daddy, or was it Daddy Daddy? Pahi? Parpy? Daddy Daddy? Daddy Bappa Daddy? Issei, seeing that the girl wasn't getting anywhere, decides to change the topic of conversation. Issei, hey, what about your host family? You shouldn't be alone. Daddy, that's why I brought you with me. Issei, is that why you kidnapped me? At that, Poppy ignores Issei and gets distracted looking to the side. When she does, she sees an ice cream truck and sees how a mother was buying one for her little son. Dad, hey? What's that? Food? Issei, listen to me. Even so, Daddy continued ignoring Issei, and in a quick movement, he flies and takes Issei by the shoulders and lets him fall on the ground. While she flew, she turned around to land next to Issei and takes him by the arm, starting to walk towards the ice cream stand. But then Issei noticed how Daddy took 3 steps and stood still. He turned to look at him, and then he saw that she was taking him by the arm. After that, Daddy separates from Issei and keeps looking at him. Daddy, hey? Who are you? Issei, seeing that Daddy had forgotten about him, was in shock. Issei had read in a book that certain birds, after taking a certain amount of steps on land, forgot everything they were doing, but he never imagined that Daddy would be the same as them. Issei, sad-faced, thinking, she's stupid. After that, Issei accompanied Poppy to buy an ice cream. Now we can see how both of them were sitting on a park bench near the fountain eating their ice cream while they talked. Issei had bought a popsicle while Poppy had bought a large cone. Dad, they didn't want to let me out until I learned the Interstellar Exchange Act. Issei, the Species Exchange Act? Dad, but those things are too complicated for me, so when the exterminator got distracted. While he was talking, Daddy was playing with his ice cream, moving it around while he watched him. Issei, the coordinator? Daddy, I ran away. Issei, that's wrong. Dad, don't worry, I've run away before and he's never gotten mad, but he said that next time I'll be exported. What does that mean? Issei, they'll deport you. Right. You're in trouble. At that, Daddy was in shock, which also caused her to drop her ice cream and fall to the ground. Daddy in trouble? When Dad saw that I had voted for the ice cream, he stood up screaming. Daddy, I didn't even get to try a single bite. After that he fell to his knees crying. Daddy, it's so hard to hold. Issei, thinking, no wonder with those hands. Issei, do you want mine? At that, Daddy stops crying and looks at Issei with a smile. Dad, really? In that case, enjoy your meal. At that moment, Daddy approaches the ice cream that Issei was offering her and begins to lick it. While she was licking the ice cream, Issei was holding it, but she felt uncomfortable about it since, from the position they were in, it was clear that Daddy, instead of eating ice cream, was licking something else. Issei, could you hold it? At that, Daddy stops eating ice cream and looks Issei in the eyes. Daddy? I might drop it. After that, Daddy continued licking the ice cream while exclaiming about how delicious it was and letting out some moans from the pleasure of eating ice cream, but he also got his face covered in ice cream since it was melting. Issei, this seems somewhat unseemly. While they were having the ice cream, all the people who were around the park stopped to watch what the two were doing at that moment. While they were watching, people commented on what was happening and that it was indecent. Lady, what are you doing? Lady 2, he's a pervert. Lady 3, son, don't look. Issei, seeing that everyone was watching what was happening at that moment between him and Daddy, got nervous and simply decided that it was enough. Issei, that was all, no more ice cream. At that, Issei takes the ice cream out of Daddy's mouth, but as the ice cream was melting, several drops of ice cream jumped on Daddy, staining his face and body. Daddy, how sticky. Issei, seeing that Daddy was completely covered in ice cream, decided to act quickly. Issei, come on. There's a tap over there. At that, Issei started walking towards the faucet but noticed that Poppy wasn't following him, and then he turned around to see where he was and saw that she was naked inside the fountain in the plaza. Issei, what are you doing? Daddy, I'm going to take a bath. Issei, I'm talking about your clothes. Daddy, do you bathe with clothes on? Issei, thinking, the idiot is making fun of me. Issei, get out of there. But Daddy ignored him completely and threw himself into the fountain water. Daddy, that feels so good. It's so convenient that they have bathrooms in the city. While Daddy was bathing, Issei just watched this angrily since several men had approached the place just to see her naked while she was bathing in the fountain. But Issei got angry with all the perverts and let out a little of his killer instinct, which caused them all to get scared and run away from the place. Issei, thinking she's stupid, she doesn't know anything about humanity, could she be more of a scatterbrain? At that, Daddy grabs Issei by the head with his paws and throws him into the water. Daddy, don't stay there. Play with me. But Issei manages to free himself from Daddy's grip that was choking him. Issei, stop. Don't involve me in this. Maya, I found you. At that, Issei looked to the side and saw an angry Mia approaching the place where Daddy was standing next to her. Issei, Maya, how did you find us? Maya, you bird. First you kidnapped my darling. And now this? Maya was watching as Poppy was naked while in the water and was hugging Issei against her body. Maya, I'm so jealous. Issei, what are you saying? At that point, Mia approaches where Daddy was to continue complaining to him. Maya, I also want to be able to run away with my darling. I'm going to kill you. Dad, what? You want to fight? At that moment the two were face to face ready to fight. Issei tried to stop them, but before he could do it, Maya caught Poppy with her tail. Maya, bad girl. I will cook you alive. At that, Daddy, in a quick movement with the claws of his feet, tries to scratch Maya, but only rips the shirt she was wearing, causing her breasts to be exposed. Daddy, what did you say, Busta girl? Maya, what are you talking about? Daddy, what are you talking about? Issei, enough, you two. You're making a scene. At that, the two stop fighting and look at Issei for what he said. At that, Issei looks back but sees that no one was looking at them, but rather everyone was observing a tree where you could see that there was a girl trapped in a high branch of the tree. Issei, nobody sees them? Meanwhile, the girl was holding on tightly to the tree branch because she was very afraid of falling. Man 1, resist. Woman 1, don't let go, help is on the way. Man 2, call the police. Woman 2, call the fire department. While the girl was crying in the tree. Girl, mama. Returning with Issei and the two extra species girls. Daddy, can't you come down? Maya, isn't that dangerous? Issei, yes, but don't forget that you're naked. Get dressed. At that, Daddy puts on his normal clothes while Maya, since she didn't have any other clothes, Issei took off his jacket that he was using and gave it to Maya to cover herself. Issei, we have to help her. Daddy, of course. I'll take care of it. I'll peg her down. Issei, no. Daddy ignored Issei and started running to take flight and fly to the girl. But when he jumped to fly, he hit his face against the ground because he couldn't fly because his wings were wet. At that moment, Daddy looked towards where Issei was with a pout while tears formed. Daddy, I can't fly with wet wings. At that, Maya finishes putting on Issei's jacket and ties it under her breasts. Maya, don't worry, I'll take care of it. The lamias are good at climbing trees. At that point, Maya goes to the tree and starts to climb it like a normal snake would. Everyone watched as Maya went to rescue the girl, while Issei approaches and stands next to Daddy. Issei, Maya? While returning with Mia, she was climbing the tree without problems. Maya, okay, I'll save the little one to impress my darling and maybe he'll reward me. At that, Maya stops and begins to imagine how she rescued the girl, and then Issei came to congratulate her and gave her a kiss as a reward. She blushed while imagining it. While Maya climbed, the amount of branches and leaves on the tree increased, which made it difficult for her to climb. Maya, but how many leaves, huh? Where's the little one? Damn, I got stuck. While returning with the little girl, she was holding tightly to the tree branch so as not to fall. Girl, Mom. At that point, the girl starts to hear something approaching where she was and looks forward to see what was there. Maya, I found you. At that moment, the girl, seeing only parts of Maya's face, gets very scared, so much so that she loses her balance and falls from the tree branch. Maya quickly tries to move her tail to try to catch the girl, but she doesn't succeed. All the people who were watching were scared to see the girl fall, but at that moment, they all see how Daddy jumped and caught the girl. Daddy, my wings weigh a lot. When Daddy jumped, he forgot that his hands were still wet, and when he tried to fly they were too heavy so he couldn't do it. He closed his eyes in fear while he hugged the girl, waiting for the impact, but after a few seconds of not feeling anything, she opened her eyes and saw that she had been caught by Issei, who was now carrying her in a bridal manner while the girl was hugging Daddy in fear. "Daddy, did you save me?" At that, Issei sees Daddy and smiles at him, while still carrying her. "Issei, good job Daddy, you did well." Daddy, upon hearing Issei's congratulations, became very happy. After that, Issei left the girl and Daddy on the ground. The girl ran to where her mother was, who thanked Daddy for saving her daughter from falling. While that was happening, all the people who were watching were now applauding Daddy for saving the girl. While behind them was Issei with Maya, whose hair was full of tree leaves. They watched as everyone congratulated Daddy. Maya was crying because she had also tried to help, but no one acknowledged it. "Maya, I also tried hard." Issei, upon hearing Maya while she was crying, caresses her head, removing the leaves from the tree that she had. "Issei, don't worry, I know, that's why I'll also reward you." At that, Issei gives a quick kiss on the lips to Maya, who stops crying and becomes very happy while hugging Issei. "Maya, thanks darling, I will keep trying." At that, Issei just lets out a light laugh while hugging Maya. "Issei, yes, behave well Maya." At that moment, they both heard a bicycle stop behind them, and when they turned around, they saw that it was a police officer. "Officer, hey? I heard there was a girl trapped in a tree." "Maya, how slow." At that, Daddy returned to where Issei and Maya were, who had separated from the hug. "Issei, Vera, she rescued her." "Officer, really? Thank you very much." "Dad, you're welcome." "Official, by the way, you're non-human exchange students, right? Where are your host families?" At that, the two girls look at Issei. "Maya, I have my darling." "Dad, are they going to export me?" "Issei, it's deport." At that, Issei approaches Daddy and whispers to him. "Issei, it means that they are going to kick you out of the country." "Dad, what?" "Official, could it be that?" In that, for fear of being kicked out of the country, Poppy hugs Issei, who unconsciously hugs her with one arm. "Issei, I'm your host family. You're staying with me." At this answer, the two girls were surprised. "Maya, darling." "Officer, could you show me your documents?" When they heard that they were asking for Daddy's documents, they were shocked since they didn't have them. "Issei, shit." At that, the police officer stares at the three of them. "Official, could it be that your documents?" "Smith, they're right here." "Issei, Smith-san." At that point, everyone saw how Smith had arrived with Poppy's documents. After the officer checked the documents, he left on his bicycle, and Issei and the girls, along with Smith, went to Issei's house since it was late and it was getting dark. "Issei, it was incredible. How did you get them in such a short time?" We can see how the four were in the living room of Issei's house talking and Smith drinking coffee and the girls drinking tea. "Smith, I already had them with me." "Issei, hey? Why?" "Smith, well, nobody wanted to accept this repeat fugitive, so, while I came to force you." "And that Smith toes." "Smith, she ran away while coming to ask you to take care of her." "Issei, are you the coordinator who let Daddy escape?" "Then, it couldn't be?" "Smith, anyway, Daddy-chan, this will be your new home." "Daddy, really?" "Maya, what?" "Smith, he is the lord of the house, so you must listen to him." When Dad heard that he would be staying with Issei, he became very happy. "Daddy, hooray! Viva! Viva!" "Issei, hey, can you both stay at the same time?" "Smith, why not?" "Issei, Smith-san, you are too negligent." "Smith, Daddy-chan, don't run away again." At that, Daddy finishes drinking tea and gets up and goes to Issei and hugs him by the arm. "Daddy, okay, I know I'm not very smart, but I learned something. I just have to stay with my husband, right? Nice to meet you, husband. Husband, let's take a bath. Let's continue where we left off. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Issei, don't throw me away." At that moment, Issei passes in front of Mia and the two look into each other's eyes. "Issei, hey." "Mia, why not? Darling, take care of Daddy-chan. Issei, good. Daddy, come on. Come on. Mia, don't catch a cold. After that, Poppy and Issei go to the bathroom to shower together, while Maya and Smith stay in the living room. Smith, Maya-chan, you took it very well, I thought you would object. Maya, and it's not that bad. I admit that it's a little annoying that he came to our house without warning, but Daddy-chan is a girl, she's still a girl, she's just a girl. I'll accept it like the adult that I am. Smith intervenes in this. Smith, but Daddy-chan is your age. Mia is shocked when she hears that Daddy is the same age as her. Smith, since harpies need small bodies to fly, they look much younger. After hearing that, Mia gets angry and quickly goes to the bathroom and with her tail destroys the door, which almost hits Issei, but he manages to avoid it. Maya, darling, I'll take care of her. After that, Issei leaves the bathroom and Poppy and Maya stay to bathe together. Now we can see how Maya and Poppy were bathing and Maya was washing Poppy's hair, but she did it with some force because she was angry with her. Maya, pay attention, don't touch my darling. Don't lay a finger on her. Daddy, but Daddy doesn't have fingers. Maya, I don't mean that. If you do something to him, I'll pay for it. Meanwhile, outside the bathroom, we can see how Issei was preparing dinner for the three of them since Smith had left for his apartment. After dinner, Issei went to bed in his room and in the middle of the night, Mia gets in and wraps herself around Issei to warm up. Daddy also gets in the room and hugs Issei to sleep. The next day Issei gets up, being careful not to wake any of the girls. Before leaving the room, he kisses Maya on the cheek, which makes her smile and hug Daddy, thinking it was Issei. Issei went to see how much food he had left, and when he got to the refrigerator he noticed that it was empty. After that Issei took a shower and went out to do the shopping for today's breakfast. Issei, I can't believe I have to go shopping so early. We met Issei just leaving a supermarket, and he was carrying 3 large bags full of food. Issei, Maya and Poppy eat a lot. At this rate maybe I will need to use the money from the Pay Dragon program. While Issei was walking and thinking about what he would do, without realizing that something was coming towards him very quickly, he managed to leave the street he was walking on and something hit him and sent him flying. Unknown, I can't believe we met, it must be fate. My name is Centauria Shianus. I belong to the solemn race of centaurs. Fate wants you to be my lord. In that, Centauria sees where Issei was and saw that he was printed on a wall. After Issei regained consciousness, he picks up his purchases and decides to call Smith to ask him about the girl. We find ourselves in Smith's apartment, where we can see that the floor was full of soda cans and food scraps, and she was lying on her bed in her underwear. Smith, Centaur-chan? Is she allowed to travel alone? Centaurs have a tradition of setting out on journeys in search of their masters. Issei, your lords? Smith, I'm talking about your host family, so while you're in Japan, your host family, hiya. Issei, Smith-chan? Smith, I'm sorry, but it's my day off, darling, could you take care of her? Issei, what? Smith, good evening. Issei, hey Smith. At that, Smith hangs up on Issei and goes back to sleep. While returning with Issei and Centauria, she was holding Issei's purchases while talking on the phone. Issei, damn, he's so negligent. Centauria, I must tell you that Japanese spells are a serious thing. Issei, spells? Centauria, if you go through a crossing at full speed you will meet your soulmate. Is an archaic spell, isn't it? Issei, you just caused a traffic accident. Centauria, I see. Then she hands her purchases to Issei, who receives them. Issei, by the way, I don't think he's your soulmate. That's not a spell, but an old manga cliché. Centauria, seeing that her supposed spell was nothing more than a manga cliché, is surprised. Centauria, how? I knew it, I should have run with a piece of toast in my mouth. Issei, where did you learn all that? What are you doing looking for your soulmate so early? And with such violent methods? While they continued arguing, a young lady passed by them. Centauria, well, you see. At that moment, a man on a motorcycle passes by and steals the young lady's purse. Miss Kya. Thief, move aside. Move aside. Centauria, watch out. At that moment the thief passes by them on his motorcycle at high speed while he centers himself trying to protect Issei. He hugs him against his chest and moves him. Centauria, damn you! Will you continue committing crimes? Issei, I can't breathe. At that, Centauria sees that she was still holding Issei against her breasts, and he was holding them trying to separate himself to breathe. Seeing him, she quickly separates herself while covering her breasts and blushing. Centauria, I'm sorry! Issei, that's the thief who's been stealing bags. Centauria, what? At that Centauria takes out a sword that she carried with her. Centauria, my pride as a centaur prevents me from ignoring him. I swear on my sword that I will capture him, however the act of exchange of species prevents me from cheating him. At that Centauria puts away his sword and looks at Issei. Centauria, that's why I'm looking for a lord to fight by my side. Issei, sad-faced thinking, isn't this violating the weapons law? At that Centauria takes Issei by the arm. Centauria, there is no remedy, be it my lord or not, you will come with me. At that Centauria puts Issei's arm under her enormous breasts, which makes him blush slightly. Issei, I understand, then I'll ride you. At that Issei tries to mount Centauria but she moves away and sends him a kick that Issei manages to dodge. Issei, it was close. At that Issei sees Centauria who is red with embarrassment. Centauria, what are you doing? I'm not a horse. You're not my master. How rude. It seems that Japanese spells don't work after all. Issei, what do you want me to do then? Meanwhile, the thief on the motorcycle was checking the wallet he had just stolen. Thief, yeah, what a good loot. Centauria, stop, ruffian, surrender peacefully, otherwise the blade of my sword will make you feel the weight of your crimes. Meanwhile Issei was coming on top of her holding onto her waist. Centauria, if you touch it more than necessary, I'll throw it away. Issei, don't go so fast. Thief, the mare from a little while ago? It's time for her to flee. At that point the thief increases the speed of his motorcycle. Centauria, you won't escape. Issei, be careful. The chase continues and after a few minutes they arrive at a factory and in front of them there was a person moving several water cans. The thief took advantage of this and passed between them, causing them to fly away due to the impact of the motorcycle. When she sees the water cans coming towards her, she cuts them with her sword, but the water soaks her completely. Centauria, is that all you can do? At that moment, the thief, seeing himself cornered since Centauria was approaching him, jumped across the street to the one next door since she was going down. Thief, goodbye, mare. Centauria, how much insolence, is that all? Issei, wait, you won't think. At that Centauria jumps just like the thief did but she lands on a truck that was passing by and dents it, and then she jumps again and falls next to the thief and continues running, and when she is next to him she puts her sword to the thief's neck. Centauria, you won't escape. Hey ruffian, I'll have to. At that Issei, who was letting go, grabs hold of Centauria's breasts again, which causes her to moan. Centauria, what do you think you're playing, you idiot? Issei, if you keep kicking. At that, Issei started to slip again and gripped Centauria's breasts more tightly, causing her to moan at the sensation. Centauria, you do it on purpose. Issei, I'm going to fall. In that Issei, since Centauria was wet, she slipped more easily, which caused him to have to grab on repeatedly, squeezing Centauria's breasts. Centauria, besides riding me, he does this to me, I will not forget this insult. At that Centauria jumps a little which causes Issei to jump too and as he is holding on to Centauria's shirt it breaks leaving her breasts exposed, she drops the sword out of shame, meanwhile with the thief. When he sees Centauria's breasts blood comes out of his nose and he loses control of the motorcycle which causes him to crash into some jars that contain paint. Issei, wow. Issei saw how the thief crashed but now sees Centauria who didn't stop and sees that she was about to crash into a wall. He sees her and notices how she was petrified by shame. Without being able to avoid it, Centauria crashes into the wall and Issei falls off it. Centauria, you won't be able to keep messing with my bust. At that, Centauria begins to caress her breasts where Issei had touched her, but then she stops and blushes completely. Centauria, what am I doing? I will dye my sword with your blood. At that, Centauria looks for her sword but sees that she doesn't have it, and sees how the thief she was chasing stands in front of her with the sword in his hand and covered in paint. Thief, Mare, I'll kill you! In that, the thief tries to cut Centauria, but Issei appears in front of her quickly, and with his arms in an X blocks her attack, and as Issei had reinforced his arms with his dragon scales, the sword breaks from the impact. This amazes the thief, but Issei quickly makes the scales disappear without Centauria seeing them, and then hits the thief in the stomach, which causes him to spit a little blood, and then turns around and kicks him in the head that sends him flying into some barrels of paint that were there. Meanwhile, with Centauria, she only saw how Issei sacrificed himself to protect her. After that, the police arrived and arrested the thief, while with Issei and Centauria, Issei gave her the sweatshirt he was wearing so she could cover her breasts. After that, Issei and Centauria quickly went to Issei's house. When they arrived, Issei decided to call Smith, and now he is talking to her, and with his arms bandaged because he could have hurt himself according to Centauria. Issei, I thought the same thing too, but I'm fine. So it was a fake sword, huh? In one part of the room we can see the sword split in two. Smith, I couldn't walk around with a real one. Trying to catch that thief was crazy. Issei, I didn't do it because I wanted to. Centauria wanted to go after the scooter. Smith, scooter? You haven't ridden it, have you? Issei, huh? Smith, only your lord may ride you. Is one of the commandments of the centaurs. From their point of view, it's like marriage. If you mounted her against her, well then. Issei, yes, so? Smith, it would practically be grape. Ha! My yakisoba. Smith then hangs up because his dinner was burning. Meanwhile, Issei go to the door of the room he was in and see Centauria with her head down, so he quickly stands in front of her and bows, asking for forgiveness. Issei, forgive me, Centauria-san. I didn't know it was so important. It was meant without any bad intentions. After a few seconds, seeing that Centauria was not responding, he decided to raise his head and saw that Centauria was in front of him, looking at him, and also kneeling. Centauria, instead of Centauria, I want you to call me Cereal. That's what my close friends call me. Issei, what? Centauria, it was all my fault. I ended up getting involved because of my selfish sense of justice, and if that weren't enough, I hurt him. Issei, don't worry, I didn't even try to stop you. You don't have to be so considerate. Centauria, don't talk nonsense. At that, Centauria takes Issei's hand and places it on one of her breasts so that he could feel her heart. Centauria, can't you feel how agitated my heart is? I can feel my destiny. At that, Issei feels like Centauria's heart was beating fast. Centauria, it's like the meeting of the great hero Heracles and the wise Chiron. Japanese spells are incredible. I really found the man who would be my lord, since I arrived in Japan, not since I was born. No one had sacrificed themselves to protect me. That is why I, Centauria Shianis, recognize you as my lord, and I swear eternal loyalty to you. My lord, will you accept my vow of loyalty? Issei, yes, Cereal. At that, Issei was going to continue talking, but the door is opened by Maya and Poppy, who were looking for Issei. Maya, darling, did you find another girlfriend? Daddy, husband. I'm hungry. Centauria, did you say darling? Who are they? How indecent, my lord. Maya, darling, did you hurt yourself? Dad, and dinner? After that, Issei went to prepare dinner for the girls and him, and now we can see how the four of them were together for dinner. Centauria, attention. Now that I'm here, things will be different. My lord is in first place. Maya, my darling, always comes first. Dad, I think the same. In that, while they continued arguing, we can see how Issei continued cooking. Issei, sad face, thinking, then why don't you help me with the chores? Chapter 4, Marriage? We are in Issei's house. We can see how it had become night, and the full moon appeared in all its splendor. While inside Issei's house, we can see how he was at this moment only in his underwear, while he was kissing Maya at the same time that with his right hand he played with Centauria's breasts, and with his left hand he was caressing Daddy's butt. But you may wonder how Issei ended up having a foursome with 3 demi-human girls. Well, to know what happened we have to go back to the morning of that same day. Flashback starts. We are at our favorite chestnut tree's house. We can see how the 3 girls were in the living room talking. Maya was wearing glasses and holding a blackboard explaining the rules of the Species Exchange Act, while Centauria listened to what Maya was saying and Daddy was reading the Species Exchange book trying to learn it. Maya, okay, let's review the Species Exchange Act. First, humans and other species cannot hurt each other. Second, non-humans cannot leave without the company of their host family. And third, and most importantly. At that moment, Maya starts drawing on the blackboard of her hugging Issei while they were kissing. Maya, first come, first served. So you must obey me. Centauria, don't change the rules. Daddy, really? Centauria, don't let him fool you, Daddy. After Maya finished drawing them kissing Issei, she turns around and asks if they understood. Maya, any questions? Centauria-san? Centauria, silence. I already know the act of exchange of species. At that moment, Issei enters the room, who had a slight hoof mark on his face while he was talking on the phone. Issei, Syria, Smith-san needs you to fill out your stay form. When Maya saw Issei's maracas, she became serious while her eyes sharpened, looking at Centauria, who was somewhat embarrassed by it. Maya, humans and other species cannot hurt each other. Centauria, you see. Issei, wait a minute, Maya. I can explain. I had to prepare the bathtub for Maya. In that he remembers when he entered the bathroom to prepare the bathtub for Mia, but when he opened the door he found a naked Centauria who was cleaning her body at that moment. When Issei saw her naked he felt a pulse inside him that told him to make her his at that moment, but he used his strength to control himself and not throw himself against Centauria at that moment. But on Centauria's part, when she saw that Issei was seeing her naked, she got embarrassed, and while she was covering her body she sent a kick directly to Issei's face. Issei, I didn't think Syria was in the bathroom at that moment, it was my fault. At that Centauria approaches where Issei was and speaks to him. Centauria, I didn't sweat at all during my morning jog, if only I had locked it, sorry. While Centauria was holding Issei's hands, all this was observed by a jealous woman of mine. Issei, don't worry, it was just an accident. In that Maya thinks between Centauria and Issei and separates them. Maya, darling, stop defending Centauria. Centauria, go fill out the form. Centauria, by good. Maya, gosh, centaurs are so violent, he only saw you naked. Centauria, what? You're not one to talk. Smith Domo told me how you tried to attack some humans. Maya, I couldn't control myself, they were insulting me. Centauria, instead, my lord stepped between a sword strike to protect me. At that point Centauria and Mia start to fight and both hold hands and start pushing to see who wins while they were still arguing. Maya, so what? My darling protected me from some jerks. Centauria, you were much braver to protect me. Issei, that's enough. But the girls ignored Issei and continued arguing. Meanwhile, Daddy was reading the Species Exchange Act, but it was very difficult for her and smoke started coming out of her head due to the overexertion, and she fainted on top of the book. Issei, Daddy? Daddy, the Interstellar Exchange Act is very confusing, my head is burning, I want to take a bath. Issei, well, go to the bathroom. At that, Daddy gets up and looks at Issei. Daddy, I don't want to bathe alone, husband. Issei, what? Go with Maya or Centauria. Then he looked at where Mia and Centauria were, but they were still arguing. Maya, I bathed with him. Centauria, my lord has held my breasts. Maya, what? I'm so jealous. After that, Issei accompanies Daddy to the bathroom. In the bathroom, we can see how Issei had filled the bathtub with water and puts his hand in to check its temperature. Issei, how cold? Dad, okay, let's get started. At that, Daddy starts to undress, but Issei stops her. Issei, wait a minute. Daddy, okay? At that, Daddy turns around to see what he wanted. Issei, Smith-san bought you a swimsuit, although I don't know why he bought a school one. At that, Issei took out a swimsuit that was the one they used in schools, and on the front it had the name Daddy written. Daddy, but I won't be able to wear it because of my wings. After that we see how Issei was helping Daddy. Issei, where does he get in? Daddy, not a husband yet? Issei, I'm not used to it, so I don't know which hole is which. Daddy, will you make him come in? Issei, until the end. At that, Daddy lets out a moan. Daddy, I'm coming in. Issei, it's a bit tight. Dad, it's okay. Issei, place your other leg in the remaining hole. We can see how Issei was helping Daddy put on his swimsuit, and she had already put the first leg in, and was now putting the other one in. Dad, like this? Issei, I'm not watching so I don't know. Issei was helping Daddy since lately his dragon instincts had been stronger than before, mainly the lust he felt when he saw the girls, so one way to control himself at these moments was to not see Daddy's naked body while he puts on his swimsuit. At that, Daddy puts his leg inside the hole and Issei starts to lift the swimsuit, but as he does so, it touches Daddy's butt. Daddy, careful, it tickles. Issei was using almost all his willpower to control himself right now. Issei, finally you must pass your arms. Daddy, but my feathers are in my way. Issei, don't worry, it's very elastic. At that, Issei stretches the swimsuit so that Daddy can put his arms inside it, and then adjusts it, but in doing so, he accidentally touches Daddy's nipples, which causes her to moan and blush slightly, and then turn to look at Issei. Daddy, husband? In that moment, Issei tries to calm down, and throws himself into the cold water to try to appease his instincts, and not grape Daddy. Issei, sorry, I need to cool down a bit, I'm playing alone. At that, Issei hears the water moving and sees that it was Daddy, who after entering the bathtub lies down on Issei's chest while he was floating in the water. Daddy, then I'll cool off with you. It feels so good. Issei, I look like an otter with her cub. Dad, I think we look like brothers. If I had a brother he would surely be like you. Issei, like me? Daddy, well I say it because you play with me. You are kind even if I make mistakes and you congratulate me like harpies are women. I don't know what brothers are like but I always wanted one so I am very happy. Issei, I guess I wouldn't mind being your older brother. Then Daddy sits on Issei's stomach. Daddy, then let's behave like brothers. Daddy takes Issei's hand and places it on her breasts. Issei, what are you doing? Daddy, my heart started racing when you touched me a little while ago. I want to feel it again. Issei, brothers don't do that. At that point Issei separates from Daddy but Daddy gets angry about it. Daddy, hey! Are you going to resist? Bad boy. I'll have to force you. At that, Daddy gets up and points her claws at Issei to force him to do what she wanted, but at that, the door is broken down and many arrows are fired at Daddy, who is stuck to the wall, but has no wounds, only her swimsuit is caught. At that, Issei sees who it was and sees Centauria with a bow and arrows. Centauria, I can't believe it! I was understanding because I thought you were a child, but are you my age? You won't get away with this. Daddy, I can't move. Meanwhile, Issei comes out of the water and approaches Centauria. Issei, Syria. Centauria, go ahead, my lord, mount my back. Issei, huh? Okay. Mia also arrives at the bathroom. Maya, stop right there. Are you going to run behind my back? Smith-san will come for the paperwork. Center, fill out the form. At that moment, Maya shows Centauria the form she must complete, but then she sees where she was and only sees how Centauria came running towards her without the intention of stopping, and that's how it was, since she passed by, crushing Maya. Maya, mare. After a few minutes we can see how Centauria was running through the streets with Issei on top of her hugging her waist. Centauria, Daddy should calm down soon. At that Centauria accelerates a little and since Issei was not holding firmly, he releases the hug and to avoid falling, he grabs Centauria again, but without realizing what he is holding tightly are Centauria's large breasts. After running for a while, we can see how Centauria arrived at a park and began to walk still with Issei on top of her, squeezing her breasts. Centauria, are you okay, my lord? Issei, huh? I'm fine, my clothes dried while I was riding with you. Centauria, really? In that case, I could let go. At that, Issei finally notices that he was squeezing Centauria's breasts, and sees how she had a blush on her face. Issei, sorry! At that, Issei quickly releases Centauria's breasts, but when he does so abruptly, which causes Centauria to let out a moan. Centauria, neglect, as your servant is no problem. Issei, my servant? Don't exaggerate. At that, Issei gets off Centauria's back and she turns around to look at him. Centauria, I'm not exaggerating. We centaurs value loyalty to our lords more than anything. That's why I was looking for a lord to serve. My father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather did the same. I'm a knight before I'm a woman. It's not an exaggeration, but the spirit of my people. Issei, I understand, but now you are in Japan. I know that your culture is very important, but couldn't you relax a little? Centauria, but... Issei, you should take advantage of the Species Exchange Act, that's why you came. Is there anything you want to do? Centauria, anything you want to do? At that, Centauria looks away and sees a couple walking past them holding hands while they were talking. Issei saw them too. Centauria, well, you see nothing. At that, Issei looks into Centauria's eyes again, which makes her blush. Issei, don't be shy. Centauria, my hand? Issei, your hand? Centauria, I wish you would hold my hand. My hands have only held bows and swords, so I assume that's what girls did in human society. It doesn't have any meaning. Excuse me, it was just a maid's outburst. Pretend I didn't say anything. At that, Centauria raises her hand to try to push Issei away, but he grabs her fingers and then brings them together, interlacing his fingers with Centauria's. This caused Centauria to turn completely red. Issei, like this? After that, Centauria remains silent and looks away from Issei. After a few seconds, Issei found it strange that she didn't speak. Issei, Hisaria? At that moment, Issei approaches to see Centauria's face, and upon seeing it, he notices how she was completely red and in her eyes she had tears of joy, but he didn't know why and it worried him. Issei, cereal? Seeing herself discovered, she lets go of Issei's hand and covers her face with her own so that he wouldn't see how red she was. Centauria, don't look at me. I don't even know what I look like right now. Issei, well, but... At that, Issei tried to see Centauria's face, but she turned away so he couldn't see it. Centauria, I told you not to look. But then they hear someone scream and Mia falls from the sky behind Centauria, and they turn around to see what it was at the same time that Poppy landed next to Mia, who was crashed against the ground. Maya, why did you do it, Daddy? Daddy, you asked me to take you down? Maya, but I didn't tell you to let me go. Centauria, what are you doing here? You said we couldn't go out alone. Maya, it doesn't matter if they don't discover you. Centauria, that's no reason. At that, Maya and Poppy saw how Centauria had Issei hugged against her chest. She did this because of the noise, since she didn't know what had fallen, and she wanted to protect him. When Maya saw this, she started to foam at the mouth while slowly approaching Centauria. Maya, Centauria! At that, Centauria quickly separated from Issei, who had almost no oxygen left in his lungs, although he was smiling at being between Centauria's breasts. Centauria, no, you see. In that, Maya in a quick movement takes Issei from her hands and puts him between her breasts. Maya, Mare, did you kidnap my darling to flirt with him? What's so noble about centaurs? At that, Centauria responds and takes Issei away from her and puts him back between her breasts. Centauria, enough. I won't let you talk like that, you spiteful viper. Who are you calling darling? Do you think you're my lord's wife? At that, Daddy also joins the fight and takes Issei away from Centauria and puts him on her little breasts. Daddy, I'll take my husband. Centauria/Maya, take the feathers off him. Meanwhile, nearby, we can see Smith driving to work while listening to one of Issei's hits. This is the song. But while she was driving near the park, she saw Mia, Centauria, and Poppy fighting, and in the middle of them was Issei being moved from one side to the other, so she stops to intervene. Smith, girls. I'm going to have to solve this by force. At that point, the three of them get into a fighting stance to fight each other. Maya puts on a kind of martial art, while Centauria takes out her fake sword and Daddy prepares his claws to fight. Issei, stop. At that, Smith had shot 3 tranquilizer darts at the girls, but Issei crossed in the middle since he was also going to stop them. When Smith saw who he shot at, she got nervous, since if it was known that she attacked someone like Issei, she would be in serious trouble. While with the girls, the 3 stopped fighting when they saw how Issei fell to the ground due to the effect of the tranquilizers. Maya, darling. Daddy, husband. Centauria, my lord. After a while, we find ourselves at Issei's house, where we can see how he was lying on his sofa while Smith was near him drinking coffee. Smith, wow, I can't believe he ended up shooting you. I'm surprised you're okay after receiving 3 sedative darts. Issei, don't worry. Smith, I could get into trouble covering for myself. Issei, and the girls? Normally they would come running. Smith points in one direction and sees how the 3 of them were behind the door spying on what was happening at that moment. Issei, what are you doing? Maya, all this happened because of us. Daddy, I'm sorry, husband. Centauria, be ruled as her servant. After that, the 3 entered the room and were now standing in front of Issei. Maya, so we decided to hold back so as not to cause you any more trouble. Issei, hold back? Daddy, yes, I won't ask you to play with me again. Centauria, I won't overstep my bounds again. At that, Issei got a little angry. Issei, what are you saying? At Issei's reaction, the girls are surprised, and then they see how he gets up from the sofa and stands in front of them. Issei, it's true that sometimes they go too far and that they shouldn't fight, but this time it was Smith-san's fault. Meanwhile, Smith had started drinking coffee to listen to what Issei was saying, but when he mentioned that it was her fault, she spit out all the coffee. Issei, there will always be problems. Didn't you come to the human world to learn how to overcome them? Besides, being under the same roof makes us family. Girls, family? Issei, so you don't have to hold back. Maya, darling. Smith, perfect then. At that, the 4 of them turn around to see Smith and find out what she was talking about. Smith, family, what family, huh? I knew leaving them with love would be the right thing to do. While Smith was speaking, Issei and the others just watched without understanding anything. Smith, there is some interest in amending the Interspecies Act. Well, it's just a minor thing, but one of those changes will allow interspecies marriage, so we were looking for a test case to determine its feasibility. Issei, what? Smith, Honeycomb, you'll have to marry Mia, Daddy, or Centauria. The 3 of them blushed upon hearing that, while Issei didn't know what to think. Issei, what? It's too sudden. Smith, in the future, marriage will be an inevitable topic among interspecies couples as a test case. Issei, I'm not talking about that. You can't just ask me to get married out of nowhere. After that, Smith starts to leave, but Issei stops her. Issei, why are you leaving? Smith, because I already have what I needed. At that, Smith shows him the Centauria documents in his hand. Smith, well, cheer up. After that, Smith leaves while Issei just stares at the door. Meanwhile, outside the house, we can see Smith walking to his car, but then he stops. Smith, did I forget to tell you something? Anyway, it must not have been anything important. After that, Issei and the girls had dinner, and each went to their room. Now we can see how Issei was lying in his bed thinking. Issei, what do I do? First, she tells me that I'll be arrested if I touch them, and now she wants me to marry one of them, and how do I choose one? Although who said it had to be just one? No, but what am I saying? They won't accept. Then he hears a knock on the door. Maya, darling, are you awake? Issei, Maya? At that moment, Issei sees Maya at the door watching him. Maya, you looked a bit distressed, so you had me worried. I guess you don't want to marry any of us. Issei, no, it's not that. I was disconcerted that it was imposed on me, but I'm not opposed to marriage. Maya, really? Issei, to be honest, I want all three of them, but I don't know how to choose one. Maya, I see. Lemon skipped. Issei, good morning, girls. Maya, darling, you were very abrupt last night. Daddy's butt hurts. Centauria, I'm sorry, my lord, I failed you again. I was supposed to prevent something like this from happening. Issei just smiles and kisses them again. Centauria, but my lord, what will happen now? He was supposed to marry one of us, but he ended up sleeping with all three of us. He should have only done this with her. Issei, don't worry, Siria-chan, I've already solved it. Maya, what are you doing, darling? Issei, I decided that I will marry the three of them. Girls, Chapter 5, A Sticky Day. We are at the chestnut tree's house where we can see that it is morning and Issei was preparing breakfast for his now new fiancés who due to circumstances from the previous night will stay in bed resting all day today. After finishing preparing breakfast, Issei placed everything on a tray and took it to the girls. Issei, breakfast is ready. Maya, thanks, darling. Daddy, husband, I'm hungry. Centauria, my lord, I'm sorry I can't help you today. Issei, don't worry, after all it was my fault that now they can't walk. The girls would blush and a silly smile would form on their faces as they drooled just by remembering what happened the night before. Issei, well, I have to go now. I'll be back at lunchtime to cook. You guys rest in the meantime. Centauria, yes, my lord, I will make sure that they do not cause any damage while I am not here. At that, Issei approaches Centauria and gives her a soft kiss on the lips, which makes her blush. Issei, thanks, Siria-chan, I trust you. Maya, darling, I want a kiss too. Daddy, husband, you can't leave without saying goodbye. Issei just laughed at the girl's attitude and went and kissed Maya and Daddy with love, and when they finished, they both had a smile on their faces. Issei, okay, I'm leaving. Issei left the room, leaving the girls alone while they ate their breakfast. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, when he left the room, he created a magic circle and teleported to the record label where he works, since in a few days it would be his concert, and he had to go plan everything that had to do with it, like the songs he would play and the other things. This took him all morning, and when it was finally ready he returned to his house since he had to prepare the food. Before going to cook, Issei went to see how Mia and the others were. When he arrived at his room, he saw that they had eaten everything and now they were watching television where they were broadcasting one of Issei's old concerts. Issei, I'm back, girls. Maya, welcome home, darling. Centauria, how did it go, my lord? Daddy, husband, I'm hungry. Issei, it went well. I went to the record label to finish preparing some things for my next concert. Maya, darling, when is the concert? Issei, it's in 3 days. Girls, can we go? At that, Issei sees how the girls were with stars in their eyes waiting for Issei's answer to know if they could go to her now fiancé's concert. Issei, of course, I actually wanted you to accompany me. Girls, hey. Issei, well, I'll tell you to reserve a VIP room for yourselves. The girls, upon hearing that they would be in a VIP room, became very excited, and Issei could only let out a light laugh at the girls' attitude. After that, Issei went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. For lunch, he prepared rice with meat and curry for Mia, Poppy, and him. For Centauria, he prepared a salad. To drink, he served them orange juice. But without them noticing, Issei took out a bottle with a phoenix tear and poured it into the juice so that they could recover faster. After lunch, the girls felt better in some strange way and were able to walk again without problems. Meanwhile, with Issei, he went to the music room of the house because he wanted to practice the songs he would play the night of the concert. While he was practicing, the girls hid and began to listen to Issei play in secret. After several hours of practice, and already knowing all the songs he would play, and some of Maya, Daddy, and Siria, very delighted to hear her fiancé sing, he decided it was time to prepare dinner. When the girls saw that Issei was putting things away, they quickly left the place so he wouldn't see them. When Issei went back up to the living room, he saw how Centauria was cleaning his sword. Daddy was with the video games that Issei had bought for him, but he noticed that Maya wasn't with them. Issei, Siria-chan, where is mine? Centauria, he is in his room, my lord. Issei, you know Sirichan, just call me Issei. It's a bit uncomfortable that you call me sir all the time. Remember that now you are my fiancé. Centauria, why yes Issei-kun. At this, Centauria blushed completely at the way she called Issei, and he only laughed lightly and then approached her and kissed her softly, which only caused her to blush even more. Issei, dinner will be ready soon. After that, Issei started cooking. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, we can see how Mia was in her room lying down while hugging her pillow, and you could see that she was very happy. Maya was imagining Issei dedicating a song just to her in the middle of the concert, and publicly asking for her hand in marriage while the entire audience that was there applauded him. After that, Maya began to feel a delicious smell reaching her room. Meanwhile, returning with the girls, downstairs she continued cleaning her sword, but then Daddy jumped on her. Daddy, hey Centauria! Play with me! Centauria, don't continue Daddy, I'm polishing my sword. Daddy, Centauria! Centauria, I already told you no. After Centauria refused to play with Daddy, she went back to playing alone. Meanwhile, with the chestnut tree, he finished cooking. Issei, well, this should be enough. At that moment, Issei appears on the stairs. Issei, dinner is ready. Then Daddy arrives where Issei was. Daddy, husband, play with me. Issei, after dinner, Daddy. Daddy, let's go. Let's go. At that, Mia goes down and approaches where the pot with the food was. Maya, it smells so good. What are we having for dinner today? At that moment, Mia uncovers the pot and all she sees is a mass of water with green eyes and a tentacle on top watching her. When she sees it, she screams. Maya, Kaya! This scream caught the attention of Issei and the girls, and when they saw what was happening, they saw Maya with something on her head that was choking her. Issei, Maya? In that, everyone is going to help Maya, but the thing that attacked her, seeing itself threatened, fled the place, leaving Maya to fall to the ground. But Issei caught her before that happened and carried her to the couch where he laid her down and put a cold cloth on her head. Issei, what happened? Centauria, this is a slime. Issei, are you talking about those slimes? Centauria, humanity still doesn't know many species, slimes are one of them, but don't worry, I'll protect you, my lord. I swear on my sword. Even if it's a replica, don't let inferior beings like slimes harm you. Issei only had a drop of sweat come out because of Centauria's attitude. Issei, thank you. Then Daddy arrives and hugs Issei from behind. Issei, hey. Daddy, let's play. Play with me. At that, Centauria separates Daddy from Issei and starts scolding her. Centauria, this is not the time for that. Dad, what does it matter? Centauria, what are you saying? Issei was just watching the two arguing. Issei, Daddy really likes video games. In that moment, Issei was soaking the cloth that Maya had on her head, but to his surprise, slime came out of the fountain where he had the water. Centauria, get down on the ground. Get away from my lord. Then Centauria attacks the slime with her sword, but this is completely useless since the sword passes through it without damaging it, and it is covered in slime. Centauria, what? It didn't work? But slimes are the weakest creatures in RPGs. Issei, your knowledge comes from video games? Then the slime attacks them both and then escapes from the place, leaving them both covered in slime. Issei, Sirichan, are you okay? Centauria, yes, I think so. At that, Issei sees Centauria and sees her completely covered in slime, which caused her clothes to become translucent, and he could see Centauria's breasts without problems since she was not wearing a bra. Centauria, I never imagined that thing would be so strong. My body became sticky, my lord. Issei, well, I'll go take a shower, be careful, Daddy. At that, Issei quickly heads off to the shower, knowing that if he stayed a few seconds longer, he wouldn't hesitate to strip Centauria and grape her right then and there. Now we are in the shower where we can see how Issei was cleaning the slime from his body and had a towel covering his private parts. Issei, I never imagined a slime would appear. At that, Issei cuts off the water since he had finished rinsing. Issei, what do I do? Should I call Smith-san? Centauria, my lord, you see I was wondering if you were okay. Issei-HM? Yes, I'm fine. Centauria, I understand then. On the other side of the door we can see how Centauria was taking off her clothes to enter the bathtub with Issei. Centauria, excuse me? Then Centauria enters the bathtub and Issei sees that she is completely naked and wearing a towel, but it barely covers her breasts and stomach. Issei, hey! Syria-chan, what are you doing? If you wanted to do it, tell me. Centauria, why, you're wrong. I don't have any bad intentions. The slime might attack him again, so I can't leave him alone. It's my duty, it's my duty. Issei, but... In that, Issei covers his erection that formed when he saw Centauria enter the bathroom naked. Centauria, true. At that, Centauria tries to take a step closer to Issei but slips on the water that was on the bathroom floor and ends up falling on Issei, and Issei's face ends up between her breasts. Centauria, since I couldn't get the slime off my body, I thought you could help me. At that, Centauria gets up, as does Issei, who, upon seeing Centauria naked in front of him, tries to control himself but finds it very difficult. At that, Issei takes a brush and begins to brush Centauria's body. Centauria, sorry for the inconvenience. Issei, it's nothing, you got dirty when you were trying to protect me, but I see that you can reach this part, don't you wash? Centauria, I do it with a long-handled brush. But today it's very dirty. Lemon skipped. Centauria, when did the slime come in? At that, Centauria tried to take her sword, but she didn't have it in the bathroom and ended up taking something else that was hard. When she realized what she took, she blushed and got nervous, since she didn't want her lord to think that she was a pervert, and this caused her to slip and fall next to Issei. Issei, Syria-chan, are you okay? At that, the slime that grew due to the amount of water it had absorbed takes Issei with its tentacle and lifts him up. Issei, hey! I'm not food! In that, Issei sees how the slime begins to vibrate and change shape, and so the slime transforms into a woman. Issei, what? A girl. So that's what her species is like? At that moment, the limo stands in front of Issei and suddenly hugs him, putting Issei's face on her chest. Issei, what are you? In that, Issei falls to the ground and the slime falls with him. The slime starts to play with her breasts and puts them in Issei's face. Issei, after a few seconds, starts to run out of air and takes his head out of the slime's breasts. Issei, wait, it's very sudden. At that, the slime takes the brush with which Issei was cleaning Centauria's body before sleeping with her, and the slime begins to clean his chest. Issei, hey? What? Why are you cleaning me? At that, Issei tries to get up, and with one arm he was going to get the slime off him, but the slime takes his arm and puts it between his breasts while he continues cleaning him. Issei, wait. Are you listening to me? Don't you understand what I'm saying? At that, the limo leaves the brush aside and begins to clean Issei's body with her breasts. Issei, he's cleaning me just like I did with Syria-chan. Then could it be that he's imitating us? Is he imitating us because he's trying to communicate? Wait, that's what it means. At that, the limo takes out the towel that was covering Issei at that moment and tries to sit down to be penetrated by Issei, but in a quick movement, he jumps into the bathtub and manages to free himself from the slime. Issei, I'm sorry Limo-chan, but I will only sleep with women I have a relationship with now, please stay there. After that, Issei gets out of the bathtub with Centauria, who was a little dizzy and had weak legs. After leaving Centauria in her room, Issei goes to change his clothes and then goes down to the living room to see how Maya was. When he arrives, he sees that Maya was better than before. At that moment, Centauria also arrives, already changed, but if you look closely, you will notice how difficult it is for her to walk. Centauria, it's incredible that my lord managed to defeat the slime by dissolving it in the bathtub. Maya, darling, you are amazing. Issei. It's nothing, it was just luck. He could have absorbed the water and become a giant monster. What surprised me was that he took human form. While Maya and Issei were talking, Dad was playing on the console behind them. Centauria / Maya human? Issei, she had huge breasts. In that, now behind the three of them we can see how Daddy continues playing, but we can also see how the limo was playing with the console next to Daddy. Only now it was smaller than before. Centauria/Maya, what? Issei, hey, well, I mean. Centauria, so a humanizing slime, huh? Issei, what? Is it unusual? Maya, I had never heard of them. Centauria, shouldn't you inform Smith Dano? Issei, do you think I'll do something about it? Maya, he's so negligent. Centauria, would it be okay to leave her in the bathtub? Issei, I'm not sure. Maya, I doubt he'll escape. In that, the three look back and see how the limo was naked playing tennis with Poppy on the console, and when the game ends the two turn to see where Issei was with Maya and Centauria. After that, Issei decided that the limo would stay until he knew what they would do with her. He left her in the bathroom while he went to sleep in his room like the other girls. Each one went to hers. The next day we can see how it had already dawned, and suddenly the cry of Alamia is heard. Maya, Haya. My cup. We can see how in the living room were all the people who lived in that house, and you could see a slime with a cup and other objects floating inside. Maya, my mug matched my darling's. Centauria, what does this mean? In that we can see Centauria with her sword in her hand, but the sword was covered by slime from the slime. Centauria, my sword is covered in slime. Maya/Centauria, that's slime. At that, Issei stands in front of the two to stop them from trying to attack the limo, who was sitting smiling without understanding what was happening at that moment. Issei, come on, come on. Then Daddy arrives and hugs the limo. Dad, come on, don't get mad at her, she doesn't do it on purpose. Issei, Sue? Dad, I thought Sue would be a good name for a limo. Sue? Daddy, yes, Sue. Maya, do I speak? Issei, she's very good at imitating. At that, Centauria puts away his sword and relaxes a little. Centauria, however, she cannot remain naked. Maya, but she can't wear clothes because of that slimy body. At that point, Issei comes up with an idea of what Sue could wear, so he quickly goes to look for something, and after a few minutes he comes back with a yellow raincoat and puts it on her along with some boots of the same color. Maya, a raincoat. Issei, since it doesn't absorb water, it won't become transparent. Maya, good idea, darling. Daddy, how pretty you are. At that, Sue begins to open and close her raincoat, revealing her naked body. Issei, hey. Maya, in fact, she even looks a little hexy. Centauria, however, I think it was a little bigger, why did it shrink? Issei, he must have lost water when he left the bath. In fact, that could even be his real size. While they were talking, Daddy was trying to get Sue to say her name. Daddy is Daddy? Sue, Daddy? At that moment, Maya approaches Issei and begins to whisper. Maya, but darling, what are we going to do? Issei, huh? Centauria, I don't think he came by the right means, he could have arrived as a stowaway or in some other illegal way. Issei, is she an illegal immigrant? Meanwhile, with Daddy and Sue, Daddy was happy because he had gotten Sue to pronounce his name correctly and was now hugging her. Meanwhile, with Issei and the others, they were together talking about what they would do now with Sue. Centauria, shouldn't you give it to Smith Dano? Issei, since we don't know where it came from, they wouldn't know where to send it. Centauria, they could take her into custody or even imprison her. Issei, imprison her? They wouldn't go to such extremes. Meanwhile, with Daddy and Sue, Daddy had heard Issei and the girls' conversation, and he didn't like at all that they took Sue and imprisoned her. Daddy, lock her up? Centauria, if we do nothing, they could also punish you, my lord. I'm afraid it would be best to hand her over to Smith Dano as soon as possible. There are certain frictions between our species and human society. I find it hard to see her overcoming such a conflict. She could end up making a mistake. If that were to happen, all our efforts would have been in vain. At that moment, Issei hears the window open, and when he sees what happened, he sees Daddy flying out the window with Sue between his legs, and Issei quickly runs outside. Issei, wait, Daddy. Where are you going with Sue? At that, Issei runs away chasing Daddy, who was taking Sue. Maya, wait, darling. In that, the two of them hear someone walking towards the place and stop. When they see who the person was, they turn their heads and see that it was Smith. Meanwhile, with the brown-haired boy, we can see how he was running after Daddy, and now he was on the edge of a river where there were also other people walking. Issei, how far will you go, Daddy? While they were flying, Sue looked down and saw the river, which made her afraid, and she started to move in fear. Since Daddy didn't expect her to move like that, he let go of her because he couldn't hold her any longer. Daddy, ha! Don't move so much! But Sue doesn't listen to Daddy, and in the end she ends up falling, and meanwhile below them we can see how Issei was following them, and suddenly sees how Sue was going to fall on him. Issei, shit! After Sue fell on Issei, Poppy came down to see how Sue was, who had fallen on Issei, who was currently face down on the ground. Sue, who had scattered, reformed without any problem. Daddy, are you okay? Wow, you're intact. After that, Sue gets up as well as Issei, and Daddy helps her get dressed. Dad, but why did you start moving out of nowhere? Issei, I think it was because he saw the river and got scared as it dissolved in the bathtub. He must have thought he would die if he fell into the river. Dad, I see. Forgive me, Sue. Issei, you can apologize later. Why did you run away? You know very well that you can't go out if you're not with me, and you took Soo-chan with you. Daddy, because they were trying to arrest Sue. He didn't do anything wrong. Issei, that's not entirely true, but the Species Exchange Act. Daddy, it doesn't matter, I'll protect Sue. At that, Daddy hugs her protectively. Issei, protect her? Sue, protect? Then some children come running to where Daddy was. Child 1, hey, Miss Bird. At that moment, Poppy and Issei saw where the scream was coming from and saw 4 boys and 2 girls. Boy 1, we are playing with water guns. Child 2, why don't you play with us? Issei, Daddy, do you know them? Girl 1, Miss Bird always plays with us. At that, Issei recognizes the girl. She was the one who had been trapped in the tree and had been saved by Daddy. The children recognized Issei since they had seen him on television for his concert. Issei, wait, always? Girl 1, yes, we played yesterday too. At that, Issei looks fixedly at Poppy, who gets nervous because of Issei's gaze. Issei, Daddy, have you been secretly going out? Daddy, ahahaha. Issei, but why are you so popular? At that point, the children throw water balloons towards Daddy. Children, run! Daddy, you'll see! Wait! At that moment, Daddy starts chasing the children, and while she was playing with them, Issei starts to observe Daddy and discovers why he was so popular with the children. When Daddy caught them, he hugged them, and in doing so, he put them close to his chest, which could be seen through the wet clothes, and drops of blood came out of the children's noses. Daddy, I caught them! Issei, sad-faced, thinking, so they are little perverts. At that, Issei feels someone tugging at his sleeve and sees the 2 girls who were accompanying the group of children looking at him. Issei, what's wrong, little one? Girl 1, we were wondering if... Girl 2, we were wondering if you could give us your autograph. Issei thought about that for a few seconds and then smiled at the girls and took out a pencil he had with him, and signed each of their hats, which made them very happy. They both hugged Issei and then went to play with the others while Issei watched as Daddy had fun with the children. Issei, thinking, I must admit that she has the skills of a caregiver. She also tried to protect Sue. She may have a great maternal instinct. Meanwhile, Sue, who was next to Issei until now, goes to play with them, and meanwhile with the boys we can see that they were wetting the girls with the water pistols and they were covering themselves while trying to cover their hats so they wouldn't get wet since they had Issei's signature. At that, Issei sees Sue, who was kneeling next to the river, and with the tentacles on her head she was absorbing water. Issei, what are you doing? In that, as he sees how Sue grows by absorbing the water just as her breasts grow a lot, the children who were also watching Sue were in shock since they were surprised to see Sue grow, especially the boys to see Sue's now enormous breasts. Issei, thinking, I see the more water it absorbs the more it grows, but why doesn't it want to grow? At that, Sue imitates Daddy and takes one of the children and puts him between her breasts, which causes the child to blush completely, and when she lets go, a lot of blood comes out of his nose and he faints with a smile on his face. Issei, I see he's imitating Daddy. At that, the other children also approach her. Child 1, now to me. Child 2, no to me. Child 3, no, I want one too. But then the children see how Su puts his finger in front of them and they are surprised by this, but suddenly Su throws a lot of water from her finger which wets all the children and also causes them to drop the water guns which are caught by Daddy, and he gives them to the girls who begin their revenge and start shooting the children with them. The children run away from the place being chased by Daddy, Su and the girls while they were shooting at them, and then we see how they run up the mountain reaching the bridge that was over the river. Then, when Issei arrives upstairs and sees Su playing with the children, Centuria's words come to mind. Centuria, my lord, I think it would be best to hand her over to Smith Dano to avoid problems. Issei, but he does nothing but have fun. In that, Issei hears a car approaching and sees a red truck coming towards them. Meanwhile, in the red truck we can see how a blonde man was driving it, and a woman was in the passenger seat. The blonde man came with some patches on his head since it seems that he had been hit before, and that left him with many wounds, but he did not care. Man, ha 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 ha, what a nice car, nothing beats an American car. Woman, this thing is crazy. At that moment, one of the girls, specifically the brunette, whom Daddy had saved, drops her hat, and it rolls down the street and starts following him. At that moment, she appears in front of the truck. Man, damn! At that moment, the man tries to brake but loses control of the truck. Issei, watch out! At that moment the girl looks to the side and sees how the truck was approaching her. At that moment everyone sees how Su jumps quickly and saves the girl. Su ends up stuck to the wall while she hugged the girl who was intact while the truck crashes into a part of the bridge near where Su was. Su, are you okay? At that moment the girl, out of fear, begins to cry in her arms. Issei, thinking, Su saved the girl using her body as an impact absorber. At that, Su takes the hat that was near them and puts it on the girl, while everyone comes running to see how Su and the girl were doing. Daddy, you were great, Su. Girl, Miss Slime, thank you. Daddy, are you okay, Su? Su. Dad, what? Are you saying your body got stuck to the wall? At that point, the wall where Su had been stuck began to break since the impact of the truck was very strong, and this caused the part where Su was stuck to crack and then break, causing Su to fall into the river. Daddy, Su! At that, Daddy quickly tries to reach Su and manages to grab her hand, but since it was made of slime, it slipped from Daddy's grasp. At that, Daddy, upon hearing Su, looks into her eyes. Su, thank you? After that, Su ends up slipping and since Daddy can't hold her anymore, she falls backwards by force. Daddy, Su? At that, Daddy begins to shed tears for losing his daughter until suddenly he hears her speak. Su, I'm fine. At that, everyone looks out to see what happened and they see how Su was on top of the truck in the back. They will wonder what happened. What happened was that when Issei saw how the wall broke, he quickly went to try to help her, but he couldn't reach, and it broke and Daddy managed to hold her, so without wasting time Issei went to where the truck was and opened the door where the driver was unconscious, which Issei recognized as the man who was bothering Maya, and when he saw him he couldn't resist hitting him again in the face, which sent him flying out of the car to him and the woman who was with him. After that, Issei got in and drove the truck, which fell off the bridge, and with it he managed to catch Su, preventing her from falling into the river. Su, Daddy? Meanwhile, Daddy was very happy to see that she was okay, and the other children were also happy to see that she was okay. At that moment, Issei got out of the truck. Issei, I was close. At that moment, Daddy saw that the person who had saved Su was Issei, so he was happy. Daddy, husband. At that moment, Issei looks up and sees Daddy flying down. Daddy arrives and goes directly to Su and hugs her, and Issei sees this with a smile. Daddy, Su! Su! Su, I'm fine, I'm fine. Su reciprocates Daddy's hug and begins to caress her back to calm her down. After that, the three of them leave the river and go to the children's place to say goodbye. While Daddy and Su were saying goodbye, Issei was talking on the phone with Maya. Maya, what? You want him to stay home? Issei, you don't have to answer like that, you have nothing to worry about. she's not bad, she just needs a little education. Centauria, but my lord, it will be too late by the time that happens. Issei, I don't want to report her, she hasn't done anything wrong, we just have to teach her a little common sense. Centauria, however. Maya, but. Issei, it will be fine, consider her as a daughter. Centauria/Maya a daughter? At that, Centauria and Maya begin to imagine Issei with them having a daughter, and how each one had a life alone, it's him and his daughter. When she thinks that, her face turns red. Maya, well, if you put it that way. While Mia was talking, she calmed down and started playing with the telephone cord. Centauria, what am I thinking? At that point, the Centauria starts banging his head against the wall to try to suppress those thoughts. Centauria, I'm just a servant, I can't afford these fantasies. But then she remembers the night of the full moon when she had her first time with Issei. She also remembered what happened in the bathroom, and the kiss along with the words that Issei said to her. All of this caused her to not be able to stand it anymore, and smoke started to come out of her head. Issei, hey, don't let Smith find out, okay? Daddy/Sue, good. Maya, or by the way. Issei, what? Wait, I'll hang up. I'm getting home. At that, Issei hangs up and puts the cell phone in his pocket, and opens the door of his house, but when he sees who is inside he is in shock. Issei, I'm here. Maya, by the way, Smith-san just came, so try not to let him discover you. At that, Maya turns towards the door and sees Issei standing in front of it with Poppy and Sue, and she also sees Smith, who was looking at them. Chapter 6, The Little Mermaid. We are in Issei's house, and we can see how everyone was gathered in the living room, and we can see how Maya at this moment was in front of everyone while she began to explain the situation that was happening at this moment. Maya, this is an emergency. The government discovered the existence of the limo we are harboring. Centauria, we are talking about the government, what can we do? In that, Maya, in response to Centauria's question, looks at Issei. Maya, Commander darling, any suggestions? Issei was just watching this with a drop of sweat, since he didn't think the girls would exaggerate things like that, since he knew that simply talking could solve things, or if not, nothing that a little help from Surzek couldn't fix with magic. Issei, why are you asking me so suddenly? Although I'm surprised that you're on Sue's side now. At that, Maya smiles as she takes off her military hat and speaks with a sweet voice. Maya, I highly doubt she'll become a love rival for us. Centauria HMP? I acted according to my lord's decisions. At that moment the doorbell of the house rings, which makes Issei stop paying attention to the girls to go open the door and see who it was. Unknown, we are from the Species Exchange Security Squad. Issei, I see. At that, Issei goes to open the door and sees many men who came with overalls and helmets. Sir, hello again, Hayato-san, sorry for the inconvenience. At that point, all the workers who accompanied the gentleman entered Issei's house and began to remodel one of the guest rooms in Issei's house, while Issei only saw how they broke the ceiling, the floor, and the walls to remodel the room. Issei and the girls? At that moment, Issei starts looking for the girls around the room, but there was no sign of them anywhere. At that moment, one of the workers approaches him with some papers that Issei had to fill out. Sir, you have welcomed many girls. You are a very good host. Please sign the papers for the new room with the pool. Issei, thinking, a room for Sue? Seems like Smith-san can be nice from time to time. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, we can see how the girls were in the middle of a park, since they had fled the place after hearing that the people who were knocking on the door at that moment were from the Species Exchange Service. Maya, we should be safe here. Centauria, let's hide until things calm down. Dad, hey, we forgot my husband. Will he be okay? At that, the girls, upon hearing from Daddy that they forgot about Issei, are in shock for a few seconds and then proceed to scream about the mistake they had just made. Centauria, damn! We forgot the most important thing. Maya, they'll arrest us if we're not with him. At that point, Centauria comes up with an idea. Centauria, hide. At that point, the three of them and Daddy, who was carrying Sue in a bucket, entered the bushes to hide from the possible people who could be looking for them. After the girls hid in the bushes at the place in the park where they were, several men in black suits with black glasses arrived, who were looking for something. Subject 1, do you see anything? Subject 2, no, nothing. Subject 1, in what place? Subject 2, let's look over there. Subject 1, okay, let's go. After that, the men in black went to look for another part of the park. Centauria, thinking, are they chasing us? It didn't take long. Daddy Kia? At that moment, Centauria and Mia, who were watching the men in black, heard Poppy screaming, and then they looked over to see where she was and saw that she was completely wet because she had dropped a bottle of water on her. Centauria, Daddy? Maya, what are you doing? Dad, I wanted to open a bottle of water because I was thirsty. After that, Mia returns to watch the subjects. Maya, you'll dry soon, be patient. Daddy, Kaya. Maya, and now what happens? At that, Centauria and Maya turn around to see what was happening to Daddy now, and when they do, they can see how Sue was in her child form kissing Daddy on the lips, but Daddy quickly separates from her. Daddy, what are you doing, Sue? At that, Sue starts licking Daddy's stomach. Centauria, is it licking the moisture? Daddy, wait, Sue, if you want water I can get you some. Daddy was completely blushing from what was happening at that moment, but without her realizing it, some of Sue's tentacles began to wrap around Daddy's legs. Daddy, Kaya! Stop, Sue, I feel something. Daddy, Kaya! After Sue finished licking Daddy, we can see how she falls to the ground, exhausted, breathing heavily while being watched by Mia, who is centered in shock at what they just saw. Maya/Centauria will attack us if we get wet? Meanwhile, in another part of the city, we can see how Issei was currently running while using his dragon's sense of smell to find the girls. Issei, damn! Where did they go? Smith-san got him a room. Unknown, Haya. At that, Issei looks in the direction where the scream came from and sees how a pink-haired girl who was in a wheelchair was going down the street out of control, and she was going too fast to be able to stop by herself. Unknown, help! Whoever! Someone help me! At that moment, the girl sees that the wheelchair is heading towards a post, and seeing that she couldn't change direction, she closes her eyes and waits for the impact. But after a few seconds she doesn't feel anything and decides to open her eyes. When she opens them, she sees Issei underneath her, hugging her while he receives the impact for her. Issei, thinking, what softer airbags. Issei had ended up between the girl's big breasts. Unknown, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Issei, don't worry, it was nothing serious. After that we can see how Issei was pushing the girl in a wheelchair. Unknown, I am very grateful to you for saving me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mero. You have all my gratitude. Issei, nice to meet you. My name is Hayato Issei, but it's time for me to go. I'm looking for some non-human girls. Mero, aren't you talking about a lamia, a harpy and a centaur? Issei, huh? Mero, if so, I saw them. Meanwhile, returning with the girls, we can see how Sue was back inside the bucket, but Centauria and Maya were all covered in Sue's slime, while Daddy was still unconscious on the floor. Centauria, gosh, I never imagined that Sue would be so untreatable when she got dehydrated. Maya, now there are more men in black, what do we do? At that point, the Centauria leaned out to see how many there were. Centauria, let's wait for our chance to change hiding places. At that, Maya puts on a mocking face while looking at Centauria. Maya, what? Centauria, why are you making that face? Maya, can we hide somewhere else? Your butt is huge. At what Mia Centauria said, she gets angry. Centauria, and you are a lanky one. At that moment, Centauria approaches where Mia was, but in doing so, she breaks a water valve, which causes her butt to become completely wet. Centauria, Kia. Maya, you broke it. Centauria, silence. I didn't expect a griffin in that place. In that, Mia will see how much was wet. Maya, wow, you're completely soaked. Anyone would think you peed yourself. Centauria, huh? At that, the two of them stop dead in their tracks as they remember how Sue acted when there was a water source nearby, which made them nervous. At that, Centauria begins to feel Sue moving through her rear end, as well as her tentacles. She is about to scream at the sensation, but Maya quickly covers her mouth with her hand. Maya, lower your voice. They'll discover us. You can focus. Sue will calm down when she absorbs all the water. At that, Sue's tentacles move towards Centauria's breasts, which were also wet, and upon feeling it, she lets out a louder moan, but Maya manages to cover it with her hand. Maya, her saliva. After that, Centauria can't resist anymore and falls exhausted to the ground at the same time that Sue moves away from her since there is no more water left to suck. Maya, center. Meanwhile, outside the bushes we can see how Issei was in the company of Mero, who were watching how the trees moved. Issei, what? I feel an intense thirst for blood. Meanwhile, returning to Maya, we can see how she was in front of Sue in a battle pose as she was ready to face her to protect herself and prevent Sue from jumping on top of her, while Sue was on all fours ready to jump to attack Maya at any moment. Maya, this is going to be a war of disasters. Let's get this over with, but seriously, drink from the tap. Just before the two started fighting, Issei arrives with Mero and they both watch what was about to happen with a drop of sweat. Issei, what are you doing, Mia? Maya, upon hearing that Issei was behind them, gets nervous since she didn't want him to see her in this state about to fight against him, so she starts to sweat because of her nerves since she didn't know how to explain to him what was happening now. Maya, darling? You see Sue was. Sue takes advantage of Maya's distraction and jumps on top of her. Sue places herself behind Maya while she squeezes Maya's breasts with her hands and at the same time begins to lick Maya's face, which causes Maya to moan at the sensation. Maya, but don't get me wet. At that, Maya sees how Sue began to lick the drops of sweat that formed when she found out that Issei was behind her. Maya, damn! While Sue was attacking, Maya, Issei and Mero were watching what was happening in front of their eyes in a state of shock since they did not expect to see something like that happen at this moment. After a few more seconds, Maya cannot resist anymore and faints like the others while Sue gets up between the three of them and begins to observe her next objective, who was none other than Mero, who was nervous seeing how Sue looked at her. Mero, what? Me too? At that, Sue jumps to attack Mero, but before she could touch her, Issei had appeared with a transparent garbage bag and stood in front of Mero, managing to trap Sue with the garbage bag, and then Issei quickly closes the bag with a strong knot so that Sue does not escape and attack another person. Issei, I'm getting used to this. While Issei finished dealing with Sue, Mero was looking at Issei with joy and a big blush on his cheeks. After that, Issei went home and said goodbye to Mero. When they arrived at the house, the men from the Species Exchange Agency had already finished remodeling the room they were working in. When everyone saw it, they were surprised because it was a huge pool. Sir, we finished building your waterproof room. While the girls watched this with joy except for Mia, who simply sighed as she thought that Smith had ordered that room to be built for Sue and that everything they had done was completely unnecessary. We can also see how Sue was wearing her raincoat and had a sign hanging that said "Do not dehydrate." Maya, are you serious? Centauria, was it all in vain? Daddy, that's great. Meanwhile, Issei was talking to the man in charge of the room's construction, and he had given him many papers that he had to sign for tomorrow for the room's remodeling. Sir, we need you to sign all of this by tomorrow. Smith, wow. Issei, huh? Smith, I see you finished the room. Issei, Smith-san, could you stop remodeling my house without telling me? At that moment, Dad arrives, very happy to thank Smith for having built the room for him. Daddy, Smith-san. Smith-san. Thanks for building a room for Sue. Smith, pay attention. I do all kinds of jobs. I find hosts, enforce the act, and conduct experiments, but my salary stays the same. You want me to deal with a new species and an illegal immigrant? Screw it, that's not my problem. Everyone was in shock at the answer Smith just gave them. Issei, Centauria, Maya, what? Smith, so I'll pretend I haven't seen any limo. It's all yours. Centauria, sad face, thinking, will it be okay? Issei, thinking, How negligent. Maya, it's a relief, Sue. Issei, so why did you build a room for Sue? Smith, what? Well, this room. Then the door of the room opens and someone enters it. Mero, excuse me, have a nice day, everyone. At that, everyone sees that the person who enters was the pink-haired girl who was accompanying Issei in the afternoon. Issei, hey? What are you doing here? Smith, she can't go out without company. Do you know how much we looked for her? Mero, my apologies, but I was very anxious to see the city, and my host ended up rescuing me. It must have been fate. Issei, your host? Does that mean you'll be staying here? Centauria/Maya, what? Smith, okay, darling Kuan, I'll introduce you. She's Mero, I am around Lorelei, the mermaid. At that point her dress lifts up and from under it comes out a mermaid tail of a rolling color while where her ears should be some kind of pink and yellow fins emerge. Mero, I will start living with you from now on. It will be a pleasure, sir. After that, everyone went to sleep and when they woke up, everything was normal. Issei prepared the meals and now he was carrying Mero while he was showing him the second floor of his house while being watched by a jealous girl of mine who saw how Issei carried Mero and behind them was the pink background and they both seemed to be in love. According to them, while she saw how Issei approached to kiss Mero. Issei, is it okay with you like this, Mero-san? Mero, just call me Mero, sir. Issei, okay, let's go. Mero, yes, let's go together. Maya, darling. What are you doing flirting with her? Issei, Maya. What are you? At that point, Maya gets fed up with that and jumps on Issei's back and he slips because he was wearing socks on the wooden stairs and since he had no grip, Maya's push causes the three of them to fall down the stairs and when they reach the ground, Issei ends up underneath both of them and with Maya's breasts, and Mero close to his face. Mero, are you okay, sir? Maya, hey. I'm more worried. In that, out of anger with Mero, Maya squeezes her tail, but in doing so, she ends up crushing Mero's wheelchair and breaking it. She screams for what she just did. This scream alerts the others, and they go to see what happened. Issei, why did you do that? I just wanted to show you the second floor. While they were talking, Centauria was on the phone with Smith, as he was asking for a new wheelchair for Mero. Maya, be you but. Centauria, Smith Dano says he'll bring you a new wheelchair. Issei, until then I'll have to carry you. In that Issei carries Mero again as a princess, and Maya is jealous again. Maya, darling. After carrying Mero, Issei starts to go up the stairs to show Mero the second floor, while Maya stays downstairs and focuses on the fact that she is going to scold Maya. Centauria, what's wrong, Mia? She's also a guest. Maya, but she's a rival of ours. How could I let it go? You were no longer a threat since Darling had decided that she would stay with us three, but she's someone new and you don't know what could happen because of her. Centauria, it is possible that she does not have such intentions. At that, Issei returns to the stairs since he had finished showing Mero the second floor and they were talking. Mero, your house is very beautiful, but true I was wondering if you had a girlfriend, sir. Maya, sad face thinking, he wants it. Issei, how sudden. At that moment, Issei slips away from Mero, but he manages to hold her, but when he does, he ends up catching one of Mero's breasts with his hand and squeezes it. Mero, Kaya. Maya, darling. Issei, you see. It was an accident. At that, Issei raises his hands to deny it, but as he does so he realizes that something was hanging from one of his hands, and when he sees what it was he notices that it was the bra Mero was wearing, and when he looks down he sees Mero's enormous breasts naked, and this causes Maya to get even angrier. Maya, you're a pervert, darling. That was on purpose. Issei, and no. Mero, and no, mermaids secrete mucus to prevent our bodies from drying out, as a result our clothes tend to slip. At that moment she covers her mouth, and starts to murmur, but she still hears her while blushing. Mero, although, since it's him, it doesn't matter. Maya, thinking, he's already on the offensive. Maya, damn, Sue is the only slime we need. Centauria, a mucus, huh? No wonder Sue attacked her. At that moment, Mia comes up with an idea, so she quickly leaves and then she takes Sue by the hand and leads her away from the place. Maya, Sue, let's go play over there. After that, Issei got up and put his bra back on and they continued their walk through Issei's house, only this time on the first floor. Issei, and this is the guest room, now continue. Maya, darling. At that, Issei turns around to see Maya and upon doing so he sees that she was covered in Sue's drool, which caused the clothes Maya was wearing to become translucent, and upon seeing her Issei began to get very excited, but he fought against his instincts since at that moment he was with Mero, but he knew that later he would take it out on Maya. Maya, hey, don't look at me with those eyes, I got all sticky when playing with Sue. Maya, sad face thinking, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and drool for drool. You won't take my darling away from me. Issei, me Maya, you should go take a bath, the water is ready. After that, Issei quickly left with Mero and continued showing his house while Maya went to take a bath and was now wearing a bathrobe and a towel on her head while holding a bottle of milk with her tail. Maya, damn! Darling, why are you so considerate? I love that about you, but at this rate she'll get her way. Centauria, Maya, aren't you worrying too much? Maya, what are you saying? I'm already trying to seduce my darling. She's up to something. I won't let her take him away from me. I'll freeze her room with the air conditioning. At that point, Mia takes control of the air conditioning and begins to lower the temperature of the place to 9 degrees. Maya, even if you're a mermaid, you'll regret having put on a swimsuit. Mia was shivering from the cold of the place. Centauria, sad face thinking, the one who will regret it is you, right? At that moment Issei enters the room carrying Mero and feels the temperature drop. Issei, it's a bit cool. Was it cold today? Are you okay? Mero, yes, mermaids can withstand very low temperatures, don't worry. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we can see how Mia was on the verge of fainting from the cold. Centauria, hold on, Mia. If you fall asleep, you'll die. Daddy, is he hibernating? Issei, but it was on. Then Issei returns the temperature to normal, but when he presses the button it rises to 34 degrees. Issei, wow, the temperature is very high. Then Issei tries to put it back to normal, but the air conditioning remote control doesn't work. Issei, hey? It's not working. Could it be the batteries? Just a moment. Mero, good. At that, Issei leaves the room to look for more batteries for the air conditioning remote control and leaves the girls alone. Mero, how warm. Maya, we'll have to work together to protect our darling. Centauria, don't involve me in this. Maya, we are friends and companions, will you also help Daddy? At that moment, Mia went to where Daddy was and saw that she was hugging Mero and was asking him to play with her. Daddy, play with me? Maya, have you already deserted? At that moment she starts whispering to Daddy to talk to him without the others noticing. Mero, Daddy-sama, do you know if the gentleman has a girlfriend? Daddy, yes. Centauria, I see that you are very curious about my lord's love life. Are you not interested in him? Mero, yes, although I am ashamed to admit it, the story of The Little Mermaid is very popular among mermaids. Daddy, The Little Mermaid. Mero. It's about a mermaid who falls in love with a human prince. In exchange for her voice she becomes a human, but in the end her love doesn't bear fruit, and she turns into sea foam. It's a very sad love story. We mermaids are fans of romance. I usually attend operas and musicals of tragic romances. Centauria, operas and musicals? Your vocabulary, etiquette, and the air that surrounds you are not those of someone common. Finally, Smith Dano was very courteous with you. All of that is very suspicious. Maya, well done, Centauria. You're finally useful. Mero, Centauria-sama, won't you be my lord's bride? Centauria, hey? Well, I'm. At that, Centauria gets very nervous since she still hasn't completely gotten used to being recognized as Issei's partner. Maya, I see the rumors were true. When Mero started talking, Centauria calmed down and started listening to what she had to say. Mero, they say that centaurs are a very proud people. No, I feel a greater nobility on your part, yes, like a medieval knight who swore eternal loyalty to his lord. At that moment, Centauria begins to see Mero and imagines her as a queen sitting on a throne watching her, and she kneels in front of her with armor on. Centauria, what is this aura surrounding you? I feel like I'm standing in front of a queen. Mero, I never imagined that I would find someone with such magnificence. I thank fate for bringing us together, Centauria-sama. Centauria, why yes? Mero, I expect great things from you. Centauria, if I swear by. Maya intervenes by grabbing Centauria by the neck with her tail to prevent her from continuing to talk. Maya, return to the real world. Centauria, what am I doing? Maya, oh well. I swear you won't take my love away from me. Do you understand? Faced with this reaction from Mia, she just smiles and lets out a light laugh. Mero, I never intended to do it. Maya, huh? In that serious way, he is talking to Mia. Mero, I swear I won't do it. After that, Issei returns to the place with the new batteries for the air conditioning control, but upon entering, he feels the heat of the room. Issei, how hot? I found the batteries. Then when Issei comes in, he starts coughing. Issei, Mero? Are you okay? Mero, I'm sorry, mermaids can only breathe on land if our gills are wet, but the heating dries the air. Issei, I see, I'll take you to your room. Mero, thank you very much, sir. Issei, Mia, could you change the batteries? After that, Issei gave the batteries to Centauria and then carried Mero to take her to the pool so she could cool off. Meanwhile, in the room, we can see how Centauria was changing the batteries in the remote control while Maya had her head buried in the living room couch, and then she started to complain. Maya, I know he's got something up his sleeve. Centauria, Maya, that's enough. My lord has to carry her since you destroyed his wheelchair. Maya, she's not the only one who loves fairy tales. Centauria, what? Maya, in fairy tales the prince always rescues the princess, then they both live happily ever after. While Maya was speaking, she remembered her childhood where she read fairy tale stories where the prince came out carrying the princess after rescuing her, and while she was reading she had a stuffed animal of a prince hugging her with his tail. Maya, I always dreamed of being carried by a prince. After that, Maya imagines herself in a wedding dress while Issei was carrying her in a suit. Maya, my prince, but my darling is carrying that mermaid. Centauria, sad-faced, thinking, isn't it an impossible dream? At that point, while Maya was talking, she tried to imagine how Issei would carry her, but he couldn't think of any way to do it since Maya was too big and heavy for him to lift. Maya, I tried to seduce him with my swimsuit. At that point, Maya throws a tantrum again, hitting the sofa because she is so angry. Centauria, why don't you put one on? Maya, upon hearing Centauria's idea, stops throwing a tantrum and comes up with an idea. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, more specifically in Mero's room, we can see Issei talking to her. Mero, is it true that you don't have a girlfriend? Issei, well. Issei was about to answer Mero's question, but the door to Mero's room opened and Mia, Centauria, and Poppy walked in, wearing bathing suits. Maya, excuse me. At that moment Issei sees them in bathing suits and sees that the two who had entered at that moment, Poppy and Maya, looked very hexy, and he already felt how his instincts told him to possess them in that same place without caring that he was close. But he was controlling himself as much as he could. But at that moment he sees how Maya begins to play with the top of her bathing suit, and that made her tits bounce. Issei, thinking, I'm sorry Mia, but tonight you will have to pay for all the provocations of the day. Maya, wow, this pool is huge. I wanted to swim, doesn't that bother you? Mero, no, go ahead. Then Maya goes to where Issei was and rests her breasts on Issei's back, which makes him even more excited. Maya, hey darling, let's swim together. Issei, and no thank you. Maya, sad face, thinking, now we are on the same level. In fact, I show more skin than you will not get away with it anymore. Centauria, hey. At that point, everyone turned to the entrance to see what Centauria needed at that moment. Maya, what are you doing? Come in soon. while Centauria covered herself because she was embarrassed to enter the room. Centauria, well, Mero, don't be shy. Centauria, it's okay. At that, Centauria enters the room, and when Issei sees her, he gets very excited because she was wearing a swimsuit that Maya lent him, but it was too small so it didn't cover much of her breasts, and the other part was a sarong that Centauria made with a sheet. When Issei saw it, he immediately knew that she wasn't wearing anything underneath it. Issei, sad-faced, thinking, no, I think tonight I'll be with the three of them. At that, Mia approaches Centauria to talk. Maya, why are you trying to seduce him? You're the one who enjoyed it the most. Centauria, you lent me a very small swimsuit, and it doesn't matter. Maya, where did you get the giant sarong? Centauria, use a sheet. Then Daddy comes out from under the sarong, who was looking for something. Centauria, hey! Daddy, what are you doing? Dad, Sue disappeared, will she be around? At that, Daddy goes back under the Centauria sarong to look for his wife. Centauria, of course not. At that, Daddy gets up, and as he does, Daddy's hair touches Centauria's sensitive area, which causes her to let out a moan, and as she does, she shudders, and this causes her bra to rise and her nipples to be exposed. When Issei saw Centauria's breasts, he almost lost control but managed to regain it. Centauria, excuse me? At that, Centauria runs away from the place in shame, while Maya watched this with a drop of sweat. Maya, why did she come? But now that imposter. At that point she turns around to see Mero, but when she does she sees how Mero and Issei were falling into the pool and were almost about to kiss, but they entered the water before. Maya, darling! He finally showed his true intentions. Stay away from me, darling! At that, Maya, without thinking, jumped into the pool to try to rescue Issei, but the more she swam, she realized that the pool was really deep. Maya, but how deep and cold? Darling! In this way, Mia loses the oxygen she had while her body becomes cold and numb. Maya, oh no, I'm losing my body heat, my body isn't responding, I won't be able to save it like this, so I'm going to. At that moment, Maya passed by where Mero and Issei were drowning, and Issei saw how Maya was drowning. Maya, darling! When Issei saw Maya passing by them, he quickly let go of Mero and swam to where she was to rescue her. When he got to where Maya was, he grabbed her and started swimming to get out of the pool. At that moment, Maya regained consciousness and saw how Issei was carrying her like a princess in the water. Maya, darling! After that, Issei takes Maya out of the pool and places her on the edge so that she can stand and breathe without problems while Issei still holds her back. Maya, thanks darling, but… Mero, are you okay, Maya-sama? At that moment he comes out of the water and hugs Maya, trying to share her body heat. Mero, what can I do? You're so cold. I'll warm you with my own body. Maya, what? Issei, calm down, Mero-san. Maya, I think there's still hot water, so it's best if you go take a quick bath. Mero, can I accompany you? Maya, it's okay. After that, everyone gets out of the pool. Issei goes to change his clothes, while Maya and Mero go for a bath. Now we can see how Maya and Mero are in the bathtub. Maya, I'm sorry for being so rude. Mero, were you? Maya, sad-faced, thinking, I don't even notice it. Maya, yes, I'm sorry, but I swear I won't let you take my darling. At what Mero said, she smiles. Mero, that was never my intention. Maya, huh? Mero, I didn't tell you, I'm a fan of The Little Mermaid. What I want is an impossible love like the one in the story. I will support you so that your relationship with him goes well. The only thing I ask is that from time to time you let me have some adventures with him. Just then, while she was talking, she had taken Maya's hands and was looking at her with stars in her eyes, while Maya only had a drop of sweat on her head. After that, the two of them finished bathing and went to their rooms, but on the way, Maya met Issei. Issei, Maya, do you have a second? Maya, what's up, darling? Issei, follow me. In that, Issei goes to his room and Maya was following him. When Maya enters Issei's room and sits on Issei's bed, without Maya noticing, she places a magic circle to prevent the sound from leaving the room and waking the others while she closes the door. Maya, what happens? Give. Then Issei goes to where Maya is and kisses her passionately while playing with her breasts. After a few minutes of kissing, they separate due to lack of air. Issei, you spent all day trying to provoke me. I think it's time for you to get what you deserve. Maya, darling, At that, Issei kisses Maya again, and this time he takes off the robe she was wearing when she came out of the bathroom and begins to caress Maya's naked body. And that's how Issei and Maya had a night full of passion where Maya had to accept everything he caused during the day. Chapter 7, Concert and Stress Problem. We are in the brown-haired boy's room where we can see how Issei was lying down, and on top of him we can see that Maya was sleeping, but if we look closely we can see how she had a big smile on her face while she hugged Issei, and we got down we can see how a lot of hymen was coming out of Maya's vagina. In that, the brown-haired boy begins to wake up and notices an extra weight on top of him. When he opens his eyes he sees Maya. Issei, sad-faced, thinking, she looks very beautiful sleeping. At that, Issei hears Maya start to murmur while she sleeps. Maya, darling, harder, don't stop, I want to have lots of children, darling. Issei only blushes slightly because of what Maya said. He looks at his watch and sees that it's already 7:30. It was time for him to get up and do things, or else the others would wonder where he was, and the last thing he wanted was for them to find him like he was now. Issei, it's my time to wake up. Maya, darling, 5 more minutes. Then Issei, seeing that Maya didn't wake up, decides to wake her up with a kiss. After several seconds of kissing, Maya finally wakes up. Maya, good morning, darling. Issei, good morning, my girl, come on, today is my concert. At that, Issei gets up and goes to the bathroom while Maya tries to get up from Issei's bed but falls face down on the floor. Issei, upon hearing the crash, quickly leaves the bathroom and sees Maya lying on the floor. Maya, darling, I have a problem. Issei, what's wrong with me? Maya, darling, I don't feel from the waist down, you were very rude last night. Issei, seeing the problem, approaches where Maya was and carries her like a princess, which makes Maya very happy and she settles on Issei's chest with a smile. Issei, I guess I'll have to help you until you're better. Lemon skipped. After that, Issei decided it was time to leave, so he cleaned himself completely as well as washed Maya's body, and then carried Maya to bed carrying her. She had woken up but couldn't move the lower part of her body. After that, he left her in bed and went to the kitchen to serve Maya a glass of juice and mix it with a phoenix tear, but then he noticed that he only had 2 left. Issei, thinking, if I continue like this the phoenix tears won't last long, I think I have to control myself better. After that, he took the glass to Maya and then went back down to prepare breakfast. He served it on the table, and with the aroma of the food, everyone arrived to have breakfast. What Issei had prepared were hotcakes, eggs, bacon, and toast accompanied by orange juice. Now they were all sitting down eating what Issei prepared. Mero, this is delicious, sir. Issei, thank you, but Mero-san, you can call me Issei. Mero, it's okay, Issei-san. After that, everyone finished eating and Issei had to leave since he had to go meet his agent. Issei, girls, I'm going out. Maya, darling, what will happen with the concert? Issei, girls, pay attention. At that point, everyone starts listening to Issei since he was going to tell her something important. Issei, I have to go meet with my manager, someone will come to pick you up in the afternoon before the concert starts. You have to show this to the person who will come to pick you up. And that is he gets 5 VIP passes. Issei, when you arrive at the concert venue, follow the same person, he will take you to your places. Centauria, don't worry my lord, I'll make sure there are no problems. Issei, thanks Siryu-chan. At that, Issei approaches my daddy and centers and gives each of them a goodbye kiss while Sue hugs him just like Mero. After that, Issei left, leaving the girls alone. So the afternoon passed where the girls were preparing to go to her husband's concert. When the person who would pick them up arrived, they were surprised because they saw a huge black limousine arrive. They got into the limousine and were surprised by how spacious it was. After a while they arrived where the concert would be, and they saw that it would be in a huge stadium, and since the place was already full of people who would attend her husband's concert. After they arrived at their destination, they got out of the limousine and followed the person who would guide them. At that, they saw that there were other people with VIP passes, but they continued on. Centauria, excuse me. Sir, what's up, miss? Centauria, if those people also had VIP passes, why didn't we go with them? Sir, well, that's because Mr. Hayato gave you some exclusive passes. With these you will see the concert from a special room. Centauria, I see. At that moment, the man stops in front of a red door and opens it. When the girls see the room, they are surprised because it was a huge place and had everything. There was a table with a banquet, and there were first-class seats designed for their comfort, and several other things. At that moment, the door opens again and the girls see that the person who entered was Issei. Maya, darling! This is incredible! Centauria, my lord, this is surprising. Issei, it's nothing, just the best for you. While Issei continued talking with Mia, Centauria and Mero, Poppy and Sue were trying several desserts that were on the banquet table. Maya, darling, how long until the concert starts? Issei, not much, but first I'll go see the people who bought the normal VIP passes and take a few pictures and sign autographs. After that, the concert will start. Well, I think it's time for me to go. After that, Issei says goodbye to the girls with a kiss with each one except for Mero and Sue. After that, we can see how Issei entered another place. When he did, he saw several boys. All of them had bought VIP passes. Issei took pictures with them and gave them his autograph. What surprised him was that in the group of people there were not only normal humans, but there were also several extra species. After Issei interacted with his fans, he went to start the concert. On stage, we can see how Issei was already ready to sing. The songs he sang were the following. After the concert ended, the entire audience was shouting for more songs, but Issei had already finished his songs. After the concert ended, Issei went to where the girls were, who were all with stars in their eyes because of the incredible concert that her husband had just done, in addition to the songs that they all liked. When he entered the room where they were, Maya, Poppy, and Sue jumped on Issei. Maya, darling, you were amazing. Daddy, husband, that was amazing. Centauria, my lord, that was an incredible presentation. Mero, Issei-san, your concert was very good. So after that, Issei went with the girls to his limousine after he said goodbye to the band and his manager. Meanwhile, in another part of the stadium, we can see how Smith was leaving the concert accompanied by the girls from the Extra Species Control Squad, and the one who had liked the concert the most was Zombieina, who was very excited since Issei was her favorite artist since he appeared. While they continued talking to the girls, Smith was laughing inside since they did not know that she knew Issei in person. After Issei arrived home with the girls, they all went to rest. The next day we can see how Issei was sleeping comfortably in his bed, but when he woke up he got a big surprise because he found Daddy sleeping on his chest. But what surprised him the most was that she was naked on his chest. When Issei saw her, his dragon instincts were activated immediately, but what caught his attention was seeing a dragon tattoo that Daddy had on his right buttock. When Issei saw her, he remembered that Maya and Centauria also had it, Centauria on her right breast and Maya on her left. At that, Issei remembers a conversation he had had with Tannen, and he had told him that he was surprised that he had not yet marked the grammary, and he asked him about the subject, and he told him that when a dragon has relations with a female that he loves, a mark appears on her which means that she is his, and that served so that the other dragons would not go after her. Issei, thinking, it seems that they still don't feel enough curiosity about the brand. I hope they don't ask too much about it since I don't know how they will react when they find out the truth. At that, Daddy begins to wake up. Dad, good morning, husband. Issei, good morning, Daddy. At that, Issei gives Daddy a good morning kiss, which he happily reciprocates. Issei, what are you doing here, Daddy? Daddy was cold and saw that husband is very comfortable, so I wanted to sleep here. Issei, I see, but why are you naked? Dad, it's more comfortable. At Daddy's response, a drop of sweat comes out of Issei and he gets up to go take a shower, but Daddy goes into the bathroom with him. Lemon skipped. After that, Issei finished bathing and cleaned Daddy's body, who had passed out, then carried her and put her to bed. Then, Issei got dressed and before leaving the room, he turned to look at Daddy. Issei, thinking, how good that I put that seal on myself to prevent pregnancies, or else at this rate all three of them would already be pregnant. After that, Issei goes down and sees that Maya was cooking breakfast, and she was singing a song. Maya, the basic elements of cooking are sugar, salt, vinegar, soy, and sauce. Issei, it's time for a change, no salsa. Maya, but the secret ingredient is a burning, scorching love for my darling. Then the pan Maya was cooking in caught fire, which alarmed Issei and Maya. Maya, too hot? Issei, I'll help you. Maya, calm down. I have to try harder to be a good wife. I'm on fire. Issei, if you don't turn them off, you'll burn down the house. At that, Maya took the lid of the pan with her tail and covered it, and the fire went out. While she was cooking, Issei went to serve a glass of juice for Daddy and mixed it with the phoenix tear. Maya, from today on I will cook. What better way to rehearse to be your wife? Maya, sad-faced, thinking that way. At that moment, Maya begins to imagine what her married life with Issei would be like. At that moment, she imagines Issei coming home from work. Issei, ya leg Maya? Maya, welcome darling. Then Issei sees Maya and she was only wearing an apron and the rest was naked and had a pot in her hands. Maya, do you want dinner? A bath? Or maybe me? After that she imagines Issei penetrating her in the bathroom, and she was still wearing the apron. Issei, I'll eat you in the bathroom. Mia, kaya! What a glutton darling! That's when Mia finishes imagining. Maya, what things? While Issei was sweating a drop of what he imagined Mia to be, he admitted that it wouldn't be a bad idea to have sex with her while wearing only an apron. Issei, you don't need to know how to cook for that. At that, Issei finishes pouring his glass of juice and takes it to Poppy, who had already woken up, and drinks it and begins to feel better and begins to feel his legs. After that, Issei returns to where Mia was and sees that she had been staring into space and the pot was already boiling and was overflowing. Issei, what about the rest? Are they still sleeping? It's a mess. At that, Maya wakes up from her trance and takes the pot off the fire, but she didn't have anything in her hands to protect herself, and that was her hands since it was very hot, and she dropped it on the floor. Issei quickly takes out some bandages and treats Maya's hands, and he went to look if she had more phoenix tears, but the last one she had given to Daddy in the juice and she had drunk it all. After Issei healed Maya's hands, she quickly went to her room worrying Issei, and he follows her, but she had closed the door. Issei, Mia, we all make mistakes, don't be discouraged. Maya, don't worry, it's not because of the food. So could you please leave me alone for a moment? Issei, bueno. At that moment Issei was going to leave the place, but he sees something shining on the ground and decides to take it. Meanwhile, inside Maya's room we can see how she was lying in her bed covered by a sheet. Maya, how bad? What am I going to do? With my hands like this I won't be able to. At that moment Issei starts talking. Issei, what is this? Paper? At that moment, Maya realizes what it was and quickly goes to where Issei was to prevent him from seeing it. Maya, no. At that moment, Maya breaks the door and ends up crushing Issei. After the blow, Issei comes out from under the door and sees Maya, but then he sees her tail and sees that it was shedding its skin. He sees that there were parts where the old skin had already come off and others where it was still there. Issei, are you changing? At that, Maya starts to cry and goes back to her bed and covers herself with her sheets, and Issei follows her and sits next to her. Issei, so Lamias also shed their skin, is that why you were so weird? Maya, I didn't want you to see me while I was changing, because of my hands I couldn't do it properly. Issei, don't worry about that, you're almost always naked. Maya, for a Lamia it is much more embarrassing than the vein shedding its skin naked. Maya, I'm terrible at cooking, cleaning, and doing laundry, and now I can't even shed my skin. Now that I'm your fiancé, I couldn't let you see me like this. I look pathetic. Maya, I've never had any problems shedding my skin. At that, Maya starts crying again and Issei starts to analyze what was happening to Maya. Issei, it's called fragmented shedding, right? It happens when snakes are under stress. Maybe changing homes has caused you stress, but you can't stay like that. Maya, what? Darling, where did you learn that? Issei, I've been studying, Smith-san recommended it to me. At that, Issei remembers when Smith gave him several books about snakes so that he could take good care of Mia. Issei, if we were going to live together it was the least I could do. At that, Maya's eyes popped out when she saw that Issei had taken the trouble to learn all of that for her. Maya, darling. Issei, so I'll help you shed your skin. In return I want you to do the same for me when I need it. Maya, humans don't shed their skin. Issei, we do, we get skinned when we get sunburned. After that, Maya accepts Issei's help to change her skin. Her snake side is revealed and Issei places himself behind her. But the problem is that Maya was also showing Issei her butt and had it raised towards him, which caused him to have to control himself so as not to penetrate her at that very moment. Issei, alright, here I go. Maya, yes. Issei, let me know if it hurts. At that, Issei begins to carefully remove the skin from Maya's snake part with one hand while with the other he had a cloth and was pressing to remove it better. Issei, it comes out very easily, it seems like I'm doing it right. While Issei was removing Maya's dead skin, she was letting out small moans, which made it harder for Issei to control himself. Issei continued removing Maya's skin and sometimes he had to lift another part with his finger to start removing more skin. The problem was that it was hard for Issei and since Maya's skin was sensitive, she began to moan from the touch. Issei, sad-faced thinking, come on you can do it Maya trusts you. After that, Issei reached the tip of Maya's tail and she let out a loud moan, but Issei was grateful for the magic circles against the noise. Maya, darling the tip of my tail. Issei, it's sensitive isn't it? But it resists a little, Mia. In that, Maya was very sensitive and that's why she squeezed Issei with her tail and he tried to continue pulling out the skin, but Maya was squeezing hard. Maya, darling, I can't. I'm going crazy, I'm losing control. Issei, calm down. Just a little more. Just the tip. Maya, no. After a few minutes, a tired Issei is seen, but he had dead skin on his hand and Mia was breathing tiredly in bed. Issei, I got it now the front skin is missing, right? Turn around, right? Maya, well. Issei, since we finished with the tip of the tail, the rest should be simple. At that, Issei sees that what was left to be removed was near Maya's vagina and he blushes since he didn't know how long he could hold out. Maya, darling, be careful, I'm going to take it off. Issei, shouldn't you take care of that part yourself? Maya, but it's a very delicate area, if I don't remove the skin I could get itchy, so darling, go ahead. Issei, bien? Maya, go ahead darling, eat whatever you want. At that Issei sees the dishes that were on the table and sees that all the food was purple and gave off a smoke of the same color, and even some things were bubbling. Maya, thanks for helping me. Issei, enjoy your meal. When Issei finishes eating, he falls on the table while a ghost comes out of his mouth. Issei, thanks for the food. Maya, you ate it all. Issei, thinking, I've never tried anything like that, the Lamia's cooking is really strange. At that, Issei hears the door open and sees that it was the others who were scared to see Issei on top of the table as if he were dead. Centauria, we arrived late. Issei, what happened, girls? I haven't seen you all day and Daddy disappeared. Centauria, what did you prepare? Maya, are you talking about the menu? I made curry, beef with potatoes, burgers, fried rice, pork dopa, and flan. Issei, Mia, did you read a cooking book? Maya, no, I learned by watching you. Everyone's already tried my food, so it should be fine. Issei, did you try it? Maya, I lose my appetite before molting. After that, Issei went to bed since he needed to digest everything he ate at lunch that Maya prepared. For dinner, Issei decided to order takeout since he wasn't feeling well enough to cook. The next day everything happened normally except that Issei decided to cook so that no one would get sick and he took the opportunity to teach Maya a little. After lunch, Issei went out in the afternoon to go shopping and after a while he arrived home. Issei, I'm here. Then when Issei comes in he starts taking off his shoes and is greeted by all the girls. Maya, welcome, you must be tired. Daddy, husband. Maya, did you go shopping? Issei, there were sales at the supermarket. I saved on eggs and vegetables. Daddy, husband. Mouth, amo. At that Sue jumps on Issei and hugs him. Sue, I love. Daddy, husband. Centauria, hey, my lord is tired. While Sue continued to hug Issei, but for him it was no problem, and he returned the hug. Daddy, husband. Issei, what's up, Daddy? Daddy, I'm going to lay an egg. All what? At that point the girls hit Issei because they thought he had impregnated Daddy, but Maya and Centauria also got worried because they thought they could also be pregnant. But after that, Daddy told them that the egg was not fertilized and they calmed down. Maya, so the egg isn't fertilized? I thought Darling had gotten you pregnant. Mero, it really is a relief. Centauria, wow, he gave us quite a scare. Maya, Daddy, do you lay eggs every day like chickens? Dad, of course not. I haven't posted one in a long time, but it will be my first time in Japan, and it hasn't gone very well. Maya, are you stressed? Issei, we should call Smith-san. Then they hear the doorbell ring, and when Issei opens it he sees that it is a man with glasses and a camera. Issei, who is it? Unknown, excuse me, is this where the harpy will lay an egg? Issei, how did you know? Unknown, I was listening, I mean it was a hunch, a director's hunch. Issei, director? Unknown, let me introduce myself, I'm Kaseiji, a film director. At that the director takes out a business card and hands it to Issei. Kaseiji, I'm filming a documentary about species exchange. Could I interview them? Issei, I suppose. At that, Kaseiji runs into Issei's house and begins to observe how big it was, while Issei looked at him with a little distrust. Kaseiji, what a hallway. Issei, hey, will it be okay? Centauria, we are also part of the interspecies exchange program. The most logical thing is that we participate. Maya, aren't I messed up? Mero, don't worry, you're like always. Kaseiji, let's start with the harpy. At that we move to Daddy's room and now we can see that Daddy was sitting on his bed while Kaseiji starts recording her. Kaseiji, do you think you'll put it prone? At that Daddy shakes his head. Kaseiji, then we'll watch the other girls' rooms until she lays the egg. Girls, what? Kaseiji, it's for the sake of the exchange. I look forward to your cooperation. Centauria, I guess we have no choice. At that Kaseiji smiles at Centauria's response. After that he goes to Mero's room where he starts recording and now Mero was swimming in his pool. Mero, this is my room. Kaseiji, an indoor pool, no reason to wear a swimsuit, is it Gothic Lolita style? Mero, yes. Kaseiji, by the way, are you wearing underwear? Mero, what? At Kaseiji's question, Mero gets nervous. Kaseiji, what's under that skirt? Maya, hey! How dare you ask him that? Kaseiji, sorry, I was just curious, I apologize, how do you get out of the pool? Mero, what? Well. At that moment he dives in, gains momentum and jumps out of the pool. Mero, I take a run and jump out, just like you see. At that point, Kaseiji continued recording and began to scan Mero's body. He recorded her breasts, and saw that her nipples were visible because her swimsuit had moved due to the jump. Kaseiji, I see it. At that moment she quickly covers herself and turns around so that he doesn't see her and jumps back into the water. Issei, hey! Did you just? Kaseiji, don't worry, I'll edit it. Okay, let's see Centauria-san's room. Issei, oi. Centauria, don't worry my lord, unlike mere caution, whether in battle or in an interview I will emerge victorious. At that Centauria leaves the room in the company of Kaseiji, Issei and Maya and they all head to Centauria's room. Kaseiji, I didn't expect the Japanese style. Centauria, I like tatami mats, I like their texture and grassy scent. Centaurs don't sleep on beds or futons but these mats. Kaseiji, Centauria-san, do you wear underwear? At Kaseiji Centauria's question she gets nervous because she didn't expect it. Centauria, why are you asking me something like that? It came out of nowhere. Kaseiji, what about bras? Centauria, centaurs don't wear underwear. Kaseiji, let me check something, they look very heavy. At that moment, Kaseiji was about to touch Centauria's tits, but Issei arrives and kicks him in the stomach and out of Centauria's room. Issei, don't you dare touch her. At that Kaseiji gets up with some difficulty. Kaseiji, sorry I got carried away, let's continue with Maya-san's room. After that Issei and Maya go to Maya's room and Kaseiji accompanies them. Maya, this is my room. Kaseiji, do you wear underwear? Maya, are you going to start with that? Of course. Kaseiji, can you show it to me? At that, Kaseiji starts going down with the camera to try to record Maya's underwear. Maya, I'm crazy, idiot. Then he pushes the camera and that causes me to look in a corner of the room and see the remains of the skin that shed in a plastic bag. Kaseiji, and that? And that? At that, Maya quickly takes the bag with her tail so that Kaseiji doesn't see it. Issei, is that the skin you shed? Didn't you throw it away? Kaseiji, your skin? Maya, it would be very embarrassing if the crows ate it. Kaseiji, you can't throw it away. Some people consider it a treasure. Snake skin is an eternal Japanese amulet. We have temples everywhere that worship snakes. The skin is also an ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. Can I keep it? I know it will make many people happy. Maya, of course not, only a pervert would want something like that. Issei, sad face thinking, clear, it's your dead skin. Kaseiji, then, I'll give it to the labs, it might help them make some discovery. Maya, a discovery? Kaseiji, it would help us understand each other better. Maya, better. Kaseiji, I could even help you marry any human man. Maya, to get married? At that point, Maya begins to imagine what it would be like if they made a discovery with her dead skin and then made a great medicine, then earned a lot of money and married Issei, and the others became her bodyguards. Maya, in that case, if it's in the name of friendship. Kaseiji, it's a shame, it would be worth more with images of the silent film. Then when Issei hears this he starts to suspect him more, but when he was going to do something he arrives to talk to him upset. Mero, sir, Daddy-sama is... Issei, what? Then everyone runs to Daddy's room and when they arrive they see her sitting on her bed nervously. Issei, Daddy? Dad, I think it's going to come out. Issei, calm down, Dad. Maya, use the Lamaze technique. Inhale, inhale, exhale, inhale twice, and exhale once. Mero, he's going to hyperventilate. At that Kaseiji approaches Daddy and starts recording. Issei, will you also film this? Kaseiji, but of course. Very well, Daddy-chan, lift up your skirt. Issei, what? At that, Daddy listens to her and lifts up her dress and shows her purple underwear that she was wearing at that moment. Dad, good. Issei, I don't think it's necessary. Kaseiji, come on, husband, help Daddy lay the egg. Issei, what? At that, Issei gets behind Daddy and starts caressing his stomach. Kaseiji, very well, my husband. Issei, shut up. Kaseiji, by the way, what are you going to do with the egg? If it's okay with you. Issei, shut up already. Dad, husband a little more. Issei, sorry, be more careful. Dad, a little further down. At that Issei begins to caress while he goes down closer and closer to Daddy's vagina and then he feels something hard while he goes down but he doesn't know what it is. Issei, thinking, I feel something hard, it must be the egg. Dad, husband, it's coming out, the egg is about to come out. Issei, you can do it, Daddy. Kaseiji, okay, take off his underwear. Issei, what? Kaseiji, it is in the name of understanding and friendship. Issei, pero. Dad, husband is fine. At that Issei begins to slowly lower Daddy's underwear. Kaseiji, thinking, very well, give me the uncensored images of how you lay the egg. A harpy egg is worth at least 3 million yen. Together with the uncensored images I could earn 5 million. Non-humans are a gold mine. Sue. They're also idiots. It turns out that he was saying everything that Kaseiji was thinking at that moment. All what? Kaseiji, what? Sue. We're getting to the most exciting part. I can't wait. Kaseiji, what? Maya, so that's what it was about. Centauria, understanding? Friendship? What nonsense! Mero, vulgar man, have you no shame? At that, Centauria takes out his sword, Mero takes out a large seashell, and Maya takes its tail to hit Kaseiji. Maya, were you trying to make money with us? Centauria, with that camera and Mia's skin. Mero, we'll keep them. Kaseiji, don't touch me. At that, Kaseiji takes the bag with Maya's skin and, along with his camera, hugs her with his body, protecting them. Kaseiji, non-humans can't touch me. They're my property. A part of me. They have no right to touch her. Issei, director. At that point, Kaseiji began to feel an incredible killer instinct that scared him. Issei, didn't you forget the egg? At that, Issei throws the egg into the air and Kaseiji drops the camera and Maya's skin to catch it. Kaseiji, my 3 million! And just when the egg was in front of Kaseiji's face and he almost caught it, Issei hits him in the face, breaking the egg against it. But with that blow, he also destroys his nose and knocks out 14 of his teeth and fractures his jaw in the upper part, while sending him flying against a wall. Issei, if you want eggs, they're cheap at the store. After Issei sees Seiya fainted, he steps on the camera and smashes it into pieces, while the girls watch this with admiration and a blush on their cheeks, and all of them let out hearts. Girls, master, sir, my lord, darling. Maya, but darling, you broke daddy's egg. Issei, in fact, it was one of the eggs I bought at the supermarket. Centauria, well thought out. Issei, thank you, sir. At that, Issei strokes Sue's head. Maya, I didn't know you could do that. Centauria, can you read minds? What a surprise. Mero, Chichik's the egg is about to come out. Then everyone goes to where Daddy was to see her, and she starts to lay the egg. Centauria, you can do it, Daddy. Mero, there's not much left. Maya, remember the Lamaze technique. Inhale, inhale, exhale. Inhale, inhale, exhale. Maya, it's coming out. Centauria, it's huge. Mero, wow, he stretches a lot. Issei, come on Daddy, you can do it. In that, Daddy drops the egg and Maya catches it. After that, everyone goes down since it was late, and it was time for dinner. When they saw where Kaseiji should be, he had disappeared, but Maya's skin was still there, so they didn't care much. Now we are in the dining room where we see everyone sitting at the table and Smith-san leaning against a wall drinking coffee, and we can also see that Daddy was sitting on Issei's legs hugging him. Centauria, what do we do with Daddy's egg? Mero, I didn't know they could be so valuable. What will we do? Issei, what do we do, Smith-san? Smith, I don't get paid enough to get involved. At that, Smith approaches Issei and whispers something in his ear. Smith, by the way, Honey-kun. Issei, yes? Smith, the director's name and address on his business card were fake. It seems he had experience. He's a repeat offender. I'll have to investigate him. Issei, bien? Smith, by the way, what's for dinner? Issei, Maya will cook tonight. You can stay if you think it's okay. Hey Daddy, what about your egg? Daddy, in the refrigerator. Issei, in that place, someone could cook it by mistake. At that point, everyone tenses up as they remember that it was Maya who cooked, and she used everything there was. At that point, Maya turns around with tongs in her hand holding a huge boiled egg. Maya, today we will have my specialty, boiled eggs. Meanwhile, elsewhere we can see how Kaseiji was in a small house listening to a concert of the Animal Girls on television, while complaining about Issei. Kaseiji, that damn brat, he ruined my egg, my camera and all my information. This one was gathering thread on a spool. Kaseiji, I'll have to keep selling cobwebs. Unknown, I see you're busy. Do you need help? I have a lot of threads. Kaseiji, shut up. Don't get so cocky because people buy your web. And you keep putting webs everywhere. Can't you just leave it in one place? Unknown in one place? At that moment, the unknown woman who had some threads in her hands tightens them and the cobwebs completely envelop Kaseiji, not letting him escape. Unknown, are you referring to this? He throws out 3 million like it's nothing. Or he's very kind or he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. How disgusting, but I'm a little interested. Chapter 8, The Mon Squadron. We are in the center of the city where we can see that there was a manga store. Everything seemed to be developing in a normal way and that there would be no problem. But then we hear how weapons were fired inside the manga store. When we entered the store, we can see that the person who had fired the weapon was an orc who had shot a seller, but none of the bullets had hit the seller. They had all embedded in the wall around him, which made him panic. At that, all the otakus who were in the manga store turn to look at the orc who shot, and at that the orc speaks to them. Orc 1, dear fellow otakus, we apologize, but this store belongs to the Pioneer Orc Organization. After that, the orcs took the people who were in the manga store hostage. After a while, the police arrived to take care of the situation. They began cordoning off the area and keeping the civilians away so they wouldn't hinder their work. After they finished that, the other police officers were going to take charge, but when they found out that they were non-humans, they couldn't act. So now the police chief was meeting with other people, including the mayor and specialists, discussing what they would do in this hostage situation with non-humans. Now we can see that inside the tent where the people were arguing, a police officer is delivering her report on the situation. Official, we don't know what's happening because they closed the blinds, but according to the customers who managed to escape, the criminals are a group of 6 orcs, all of them armed. They barricaded themselves in the store with 4 employees and customers as hostages. Mayor, what do they demand? Official, well. Meanwhile, in the manga store, we can see how one of the orcs was with a megaphone with which he was indicating what the demands of the group of orcs were. Orc 1, we, the Pioneer Orc Organization, demand more adult content of orcs with knights, and that's not all, we also want variations like orcs with elves and orcs with sisters. Returning to the tent where the police chief was located along with the other people who were in shock by the demands of the orcs. Mayor, what is it all? Official, they also demanded new content for orcs with witches, with teachers and with secretaries. Their demands are ridiculous, but the problem is that they are not human. The Species Exchange Act protects the rights of non-humans, including orcs. There is nothing that the police can do. Mayor, can't we arrest those criminals? Minister, since it is a new act, it is full of legal loopholes. Mayor, this is your problem too, Minister. There's no time to think about that law. Minister, you can break it if you want, but you would be dismissed or arrested. Mayor, don't talk about breaking the law. Smith, don't worry, that's why we're here. At that, Smith takes a sip of the coffee he had in his hand, but when he tastes it he is disgusted and spits it out. Smith, what a bad coffee. Mayor, what are you doing drinking coffee? Minister, Smith-kun, can you resolve this with the Interspecies Exchange Security Squad? Mayor, are you going to let them handle this? How will they get close? They have excellent senses of smell. Meanwhile, returning to the manga store, we can see how some orcs were standing guard while others were reading hentai. Orc 3, that's it. Orco 2, a great work in its anonymous era. Meanwhile, in another part of the manga store, we can see how the orc leader was attentive to everything that was happening since he had smelled a strange smell. When he confirmed where the source of the smell was, he aimed his gun and shot repeatedly. When he finished shooting, a red-haired woman fell from the ceiling in agony. Orc leader, a ninja was spying. Orc 2, you mean a kunoichi? Orc leader, she's quite a beauty. Girl H, how did they discover me? Orc leader, by smell. Orcs can smell women from a kilometer around. That's why the police can't approach with weapons either. Meanwhile, outside the manga store, we can see how some police officers who were with shields began to wonder what happened inside the manga store. Police, did you hear gunshots? Policeman 2, why yes. Meanwhile, returning to the inside of the manga store, we can see how the girl who had been shot was now on the floor in a pool of her own blood, supposedly dying. Girl, damn smell fetishists. Orc leader, with great honor. At that, the orc leader kicks the girl away, and when she turns around, he points his weapon at the woman's chest, and she gets scared. Orc leader, but I hate rude girls. At that point, the orc leader takes out his phone and dials a number to contact the police. Orc leader, should I speak to the police? I just took care of one of their agents. While he is speaking, he shoots the girl again without scruples. Meanwhile, where the police were, they were upset because according to them, they had not ordered any attack and were taking care of the matter while they were still talking on the phone with the leader of the orcs. Orc leader, it was self-defense, of course. He violated the Interspecies Exchange Act and attacked him. I had no choice. Mayor, we didn't order anyone to enter. Officer, an agent? Mayor, who acted without authorization. At that moment, the mayor approaches Smith, who was calm while drinking coffee, and then he lets out a slight laugh at what he heard, and the mayor noticed. Mayor, I hate to ask, but I need your help. Smith, don't worry, we're ready. Meanwhile, returning to the manga store, we can see how one of the orcs had found a girl inside the store who was hiding. Orc 2 leader! At that, the orc takes the girl to where the orc leader was pulling her by the arm. Orc 2, this girl was hiding in a corner. At that point, the other orcs, seeing the girl the other had found, got excited because she looked just like one of their favorite hentai characters. Orcs, she looks just like the witch Meiko-chan. Orc 3, how could we have missed it in this store? Orc 4, I swear I checked carefully. Girl, hey? In that, the girl steps on a liquid and sees where it came from, and when she does, she sees the body of the red-headed girl covered in blood on the floor, and when she sees it, she screams and tries to escape from the place, running towards the window, and when she tries to escape, she pulls the blinds and starts screaming. Girl, whoever. Someone help me. Whoever. At that point, the orc leader approached the girl from behind and breathed next to her face, which scared the girl even more because of how close the orc was. Orc leader, there's no need to be scared, we're gentlemen, we would never hurt a girl. At that point, the orc leader starts playing with the girl's breasts, while she gets even more scared. Orc leader, we also abide by the Interspecies Exchange Act. Then with his other hand, the orc puts it on the girl's face, and while she moans, he puts a finger in her mouth. Orc leader, so let's get to know each other better. After that, the orc leader begins to lick the girl's face, and she begins to scream in disgust at this. Orc leader, let's show the police our interspecies exchange. Orc 2, how unfair, leader. Orc 3, we want to participate too. Orc leader, okay, we'll take turns. Meanwhile, far from the manga store, 2 kilometers away, we can see how on top of one of the buildings there was a blue-haired girl who had a huge rifle in her hands. Girl, just as we planned, they gathered in front of the window and the blinds are no longer there. I can see them perfectly. While the girl was speaking, she had placed her rifle on the ledge of the building, and then proceeded to load the weapon and then aim at the manga store. When she had the target in her sights, she fired repeatedly. The bullets went at an impressive speed and hit directly at the weapons that the orcs were using, destroying them completely. Meanwhile, in the tent, the orcs were scared since they did not know what was happening at that moment, since suddenly their weapons were destroyed by some bullets that they do not know where they came from, since their sense of smell could not detect any weapon fired within their smell radius. Orc 2, weapons! Orc leader, I didn't smell any firearms. Did they fire from beyond our range? It takes too much precision, what the hell? Meanwhile, returning to the building where the blue-haired girl was, we can see that she has already fulfilled her mission. She gets up and prepares to leave the place, and then the wind moves her hair, revealing her only eye. This girl was none other than Manako the Monoculus. Manako, I finally finished. They made me wait for a long time. The gusts at this height dried my eyes. Manako, was it necessary to be 2 kilometers away? Did they do that to annoy me? Meanwhile, returning to the manga store, we can see how the orcs were alarmed since they did not know what to do now since they had lost their weapons and were scared. Orc 5, what will we do? We didn't bring any spare parts. Orc leader, calm down, we still have the hostages. At that point, one of the walls of the manga shop cracks, and after a few seconds it is destroyed and generates a cloud of smoke, and this scares the orcs even more since when the smoke cleared they could see a huge person in armor. Orc 3, what? Orc 2, who is that giant? At that, the person who was in the armor turns to look at them, and after that, he hits the two orcs, and when he does, some stone pillars come out and trap the orcs and the pillars crash against the ceiling. Armor, come on, hostages, this is your chance to escape. At that, the person who was inside the armor takes off his helmet and reveals a blonde girl with a horn on her forehead, and this was none other than Trihexa the ogre. Trihexa, I'm also a girl. Meanwhile, in the other part of the tent, we can see how the remaining orcs were scared, talking with their leader about what they would do now. Orc 4, what will we do? We lost the hostages. Orc leader, calm down, we still have one left, we can use it as a shield. Orc 4, but the weapons. While they were talking, the corpse of the red-haired girl began to move again. The first thing she did was smile, then she stood up and pointed her weapons at the orcs. Girl, do you want me to lend you mine? At that point the orcs turned to see where the voice came from and saw how the supposedly dead girl got up again as if nothing had happened, and then she started shooting at her. But one of the orcs came up behind the girl and grabbed her, squeezing her neck with his arms. Orc 4, you bastard! You were just pretending to be dead. Were you wearing a bulletproof vest? In that case, I'll use my strength to split your bacon. I mean, your spine. At that point, the girl, seeing herself in trouble, takes her weapons and aims at the orc, but bullets would come out of his chest, and without further ado, she began to shoot. After several bullets hit the orc, he drops her because of the pain, and the red-haired girl was standing as if nothing had happened while the orc fell to his knees because of the pain of the bullets. Girl, damn, more holes, these bullets will make me gain weight. Orc 4, why are you still alive? Girl, because. At that moment, the girl opens her jacket, exposing her torso and even her chest, and the orc sees how her body had been pierced by bullets and was bleeding, but they were as if nothing had happened. Girl, I'm the most animated corpse in the world, Zambina-chan. Zambina, crawl away, you filthy pigs. At that, Zombie turns to the only orc left standing since the others were unconscious. Zambina, looks like you're the last one, little black pig. Orc leader, don't come near me. Don't you see my hostage? If you come any closer, I'll break his neck. At that moment, the girl who was being held by the orc opens her legs completely while she connects a kick to the orc's face, causing him to release her due to the blow. Orc leader, what? Girl, orcs are so stupid, a girl would never enter a doujinshi shop like this. While the girl was talking, she began to transform to now show a girl with brown skin and white hair completely naked. Girl, did you really think I was a girl who looked like the witch Mako-chan? I'm sorry, but it was me, Doppel-chan. Orc leader, I believed in you. Then the other girls arrive where Zambina and Doppel were. Manako, I had to run 2 kilometers, it was difficult with this heavy rifle. Trihexa, good job Mana-chan. Zambina, your rifle is incredible, Manachi, wouldn't it be great to use one in each hand? Manako, my arms would fall off. Doppel, you guys got the easy part, those pigs abused me. Zambina, put on some clothes. Trihexa, come on, Pelchan, no fighting. While Trihexa was talking, she was also eating a bag of chips. Doppel, what are you eating? That's when Smith enters the place. Smith, without a special squadron that was formed to deal with the crimes committed by the untouchable non-human species, they are the Mon Squadron. At that, Smith takes out a pistol and points it at the orc leader. Smith, surrender peacefully, or would you rather we make you sausage? At that, the orc starts laughing, which worried the girls because they thought he would do something crazy, but suddenly he stops laughing. Orc, okay, I give up. The girls were sweating a drop at the change in attitude. Orc, they are so strong, they defeated us, but now that we surrendered, they can't use violence against us. I wonder if they will deport us as punishment. At that, Smith looks at the orc and starts shooting him in the chest without worrying while the orc screams and falls to the ground in fright. Orc, what are you doing? Smith, Even though they are rubber bullets, they are very hard. Orc, hurting non-humans is a violation of the act. What? Then the orc sees that there were two Smiths in that place. Smith, very well, Smith-san, or should I say Doppelchan? Although non-humans can hurt their peers without problems, don't go too far. Doppel, very well. In that, Doppel hands the gun to Smith, and she loads the gun again, but this time with real bullets, and looks at the orc with empty eyes while a purple aura covers her, causing the orc to die of fear. Smith, the little pigs who give me more work even though they pay me a pittance deserve punishment. At that, the orc begins to cry out of fear. Orc, I guess so. After that, Smith arrested the other orcs and took them to the police, who made sure they couldn't escape, assisted by the Species Exchange Act Protection Squad. Meanwhile, Smith and the girls were interviewed by the press. Now we are at Issei's house, where we can see that Smith has just arrived but hasn't entered yet, and she didn't come alone but was accompanied by her coworkers, who were impressed by the enormous house that was in front of them, and wondered who it belonged to and what relationship the person had with Smith. After that, they enter the house, but Smith enters alone to the living room where everyone was watching television, and Issei serves her a coffee. On television they were showing the news about what happened at the manga store. Presenter, since the criminal group that perpetrated the incident was not human, there are still doubts. Maya, how terrible. Presenter, this incident could lead to a review of the Species Exchange Act. Centauria, don't you realize that you are representing all non-humans? Host, what do you think, Okayato-sensei? Daddy, hey? Smith-san? Okay, do, well, although they called me as a specialist, I wouldn't know what to say. Smith, your coffee is definitely the best, darling Kuin. Okay, do, although the orcs in the incident look like pigs at first glance. Smith, do you use any special blend of grains? Issei, no, it's instant coffee. Okay, do, they are more closely related to wild boars. Smith, by the way, I invited my coworkers, is that okay? Issei, what? At that moment, the door to the living room opens and Issei sees the girls he had seen on TV, and Zambina greets them with her eyes closed. Zambina, we came to eat. Manako, excuse me. Doppel, hello, good afternoon. Tainishia, I'm hungry. At this, Issei just sighed and knew he would have to prepare more food for dinner. Issei, how well, you are welcome. In that, Tainishia, Doppel, and Manako see the person who spoke to them, and when they see who it was, they are in shock, since they did not expect to be in the house of someone as famous as Issei. Meanwhile, Zambina opens her eyes and sees that her companions did not move from the door. Zambina, girls, what's going on? At that, Tainishia points forward and Zambina sees that she was pointing, and when she sees the person in front, she is also in shock. In front of her was her favorite musician watching her with a smile on her face. Zambina could not contain her emotion any longer and fainted on the spot. This took the girls out of shock and called the attention of the others, who, when they saw her fainted, went to see what was happening to her, while Smith just laughed at the girls' reaction. In that, Issei carries Zambina and takes her to a chair to rest, but when she was about to arrive, she wakes up and the first thing she sees is how her favorite artist was carrying her like a princess. This caused her to get more excited. Zambina, if this is a dream, I hope no one wakes me up. At this, Issei only lets out a slight laugh at the girl's attitude. Issei, it's not a dream, beautiful. When Zambina heard Issei call her beautiful, she blushed completely and almost fainted again. Meanwhile, Issei's girls watched this with jealousy, and Zambina's companions were also jealous of them because a person as famous as Issei and handsome was carrying her. After that, Issei went to prepare dinner for everyone while the girls watched television or talked, but as Zambina was interrogating Smith how he knew Issei and more things, and Smith just laughed at Zambina's attitude since she behaved like a child. Then when everyone was having dinner, Zambina sat next to Issei, which made Maya jealous since that was her seat, since on the other side was Centauria and she was about to complain, but Issei whispered to her to let him pass this time and that he would make it up to her later. After that, he gave her a quick kiss, which was what finished convincing Maya, who sat next to Manako. After dinner it got late and Smith and the girls said goodbye to Issei, but Zambina did not want to leave without an autograph from him, so she took his jacket and asked Issei to sign it, which he accepted with a smile which got a zombie blush. Issei, well, see you later, Zombie-chan. Zambina, upon hearing her idol call her with a loving suffix, turned completely red and very happy. Zambina, thank you for the food. It was amazing to be able to meet you. I'm your biggest fan. Issei just let out a slight laugh at the girl's attitude, and an idea occurred to him to joke with her, and that Issei approaches Zambina's ear and whispers. Issei, you know, I would love to see a beautiful and hexy woman like you again. Zambina was almost on the verge of fainting because of what Issei said, but what caused her to faint and Tanisha to end up carrying her was that when Issei finished saying goodbye, he said goodbye with a kiss on Zambina's face very close to her lips. This was too much for her, and she couldn't take it anymore. After that, Issei entered the house and saw how the girls were jealous of how he behaved with Zambina, but nothing that Issei couldn't solve with a busy night with Centauria, Poppy and Maya, and with a date from Mero which he happily accepted. Although Issei had to admit that Zambina was very beautiful, and if she caught his attention, and that he wouldn't play with her and her feelings, so if this ended in something serious, he would take responsibility and accept it. After that, everyone went to bed, or that would be if Issei didn't have to compensate the girls now. When he arrived at his room, after cleaning everything and making sure that Mero and Sue were in their rooms and that the sound seals worked, he saw that Maya, Poppy, and Centauria were in it, in hexy and revealing clothes. Maya, darling, it's very unfair that you were flirting with that girl in front of your fiancés. Daddy, husband, I want to sleep with you. Centauria, my lord, such inappropriate behavior. Lemon skipped. The next morning we can see how Issei got out of bed, careful not to wake any of his loves. After that, Issei went to the shower and then got dressed. He took advantage of the fact that it was 9 in the morning and everyone in the house was asleep to go to the underworld to talk to Surzek, since he needed more phoenix tears to be able to heal the girls. Chapter 9. A Beautiful Arachne. We are at Issei's house. He was up and was in the living room. He was checking that the girls were sleeping so he could leave without problems, but he made sure to leave a note that he had to leave for work. When he finished writing the note, Issei created a magic circle and teleported to the underworld. When he arrived at the underworld, he appeared in front of the Gremory mansion, since he came to see Surzek to ask him for a favor. Then he knocked on the door and was greeted by Grafia, who smiled when she saw Issei. Issei, hello Grafia-san. Grafia, good morning Issei-san, what brings you here? Issei, Venia of Vera Surzek Grafia-san. Grafia, follow me please. After that, Issei followed Grafia into the mansion. Grafia, it's been a while Issei-san. Issei, yes, I was busy. Grafia, I know, especially after what happened with Miss Gremory and her entourage. At the mention of this, Issei gets a little depressed. Issei, I see you already know. Grafia, yes, Surzek told me, and I am honestly disappointed by the attitude of these people. Issei, yes, I know. I don't know what I did to make them not care anymore. Grafia, it wasn't your fault Issei. Issei, he? Grafia, Rias is still immature. When I see the mistake she made, she will regret it. Issei Yavio. Grafia, also, congratulations on your new career. Issei, thanks Grafia. Grafia, you know you were already famous before that among the factions, but now that has increased even more. Several families have sent Surzek engagement requests for their daughters with you at their insistence. You are not only a hero, now you are also a music star. Issei, thanks. Grafia, even Milicast is a big fan of you and your music. Issei, it's good that you like it. Then they both arrive at Surzek's office. Issei, well, see you later Grafia. Grafia, right now Issei-san. After that, Grafia leaves the place and Issei knocks on Surzek's office door. Surzek, go ahead. At that, the door to Surzek's office opens, and when he looks up he sees that the person who entered was Issei. Surzek, good morning Issei-kun. Issei, buena Surzek. Surzek, it's good that you came Issei-kun. Issei, what's going on? Surzek, I had to talk to you about something important. Issei, well, I'm here now. Surzek, what happens is that in the place where you live now, there have been reports that rogue demons have been lurking around, and I would like you to take care of them. Issei, I see, don't worry, I made sure they didn't cause any problems, but I also wanted to ask you something. Surzek, what do you need, Issei-kun? Issei, I would like to know if you can get me more phoenix tears. Surzek, what do you need more for? Have you ever faced someone who caused you problems? Issei, hey, well, it's not that. Surzek, so what else would you spend them on? Issei, bueno. In that, Issei tells Surzek about his new partners and everything that has happened with them, and also what he spent the phoenix tears on. Surzek, I see, but don't you think it would be better for you to learn healing magic for those things? Besides, since you are a dragon, I don't think there are enough phoenix tears. Issei, you're right, but who can teach me that kind of magic? Surzek, I'll ask Grafia to teach you so you don't have so many problems. But healing magic is mostly for them to recover their energy and relieve pain. Issei, it doesn't matter, it will still be useful to me, thank you. At that, Issei was about to leave, but Surzek stops him again. Surzek, another reason why. Issei, what's up, Surzek? Surzek, I hope you're ready for when they realize it. Your fame increases more and more. Issei, don't worry, I'll take care of that when the time comes. After that, Issei left the place with a few tears that Surzek had given him. Meanwhile, Surzek remained thoughtful about the issue of his sister. Surzek, sad-faced, thinking, I hope you laugh, that you understand what you did with your actions. Meanwhile, elsewhere, returning to Issei's house, we can see how he had appeared in front of the door of his house since he did not want any inconvenience to happen. When Issei opens the door and enters the house, he sees Mero sitting in the living room, and Sue was also with her, but there was no sign of the others. Issei, good morning, Mero-san. Mero, hey, good morning, Issei-san. Do you happen to know anything about the others? Issei, haven't you woken up? Mero, it seems not, since I haven't seen them all morning. Issei, well, don't worry, I'll watch them. After that, Issei went to the kitchen and prepared breakfast for the girls. After cooking for a while, he finished and served them breakfast, and took the opportunity to prepare juice for the girls so they could recover. After that, Issei went up with 3 glasses, and when he got to his room, he saw that the girls were still in bed, but they were awake. Maya, darling, where did you go this morning? Daddy, husband, Daddy can't walk. Centauria, my lord, did something happen? Issei, don't worry, girls, I just had to go out and buy something. After that, Issei approached where the girls were and greeted each one with a kiss. He parted with Centauria and knelt down since she couldn't get up and kissed her, but she let out a moan because in the middle of the kiss, Issei squeezed her breasts so that they then separated with a thread of saliva joining them. Issei, I love you, Wax-chan. Centauria, am I, sir? These words caused Centauria to blush completely and release steam from her head. After that, Issei approached Daddy and also kissed her. This also only caused a moan in the kiss, but this was because Issei took the opportunity to squeeze her butt. Issei, I love you, Daddy-chan. Daddy, husband, and I love you too. After that, Issei went to where Maya was, who happily hugged Issei and kissed him, which Issei reciprocated, while Maya hugged Issei by the neck and he reciprocated by hugging her by the waist and bringing her closer to him. After a few minutes, they both separated and looked into each other's eyes. Issei, I love you, Maya-chan. Maya, I love you too, darling. At that, Issei kisses Maya again, who becomes happy. After the kiss, Issei separates and gives the juice to the girls, which they drink and begin to feel again from the waist down. After that, the 3 went to take a shower and then go down to have breakfast. When they arrived at the basement, Mero began to ask the 3 why they did not go down and why Centauria were not in their room. With Mero's questions, the girls got nervous since they did not know how to answer, but as he quickly changed the subject. Issei, well, girls, today I have to go out in the afternoon. I have to go to the record store. I'll come back in the afternoon and I'll take advantage of doing some shopping, so. Centauria, don't worry, my lord. I'll make sure they don't make any mess. Issei, thanks, Siria-chan. I can always trust you. Centauria, it's nothing. After that, the day continued normally until it was time for Issei to leave. He said goodbye to his girls with a kiss and with Sue and with a hug. After that, he left to his work, where he would join up with the band because he had written new songs. So the afternoon passed until night fell. Now we are in another part of the city where we can see a 2-story house, and we can see that inside of it there was a television on, but what stood out was something that was hanging, and if you looked closely you could see that it was a person wrapped in many cobwebs, and the only thing that was in sight were his legs and arms, and in one of his hands he had a phone, and from it came someone's voice since the person who was trapped had made a call. Operator, hello? Are you okay? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Meanwhile, outside the house we can see how the Mon squad was in their uniform ready to enter an operation. We see how Zombieina signals Trihexa, who was next to her, to start the operation. So Trihexa moves and with a battering ram prepares to hit, but when she moves she breaks a thin thread which causes the non-human girl who was inside the house to realize that they were there. While with Trihexa and Zombieina, Trihexa breaks the door with the battering ram and Zombieina immediately enters and aims with her weapons. Zombieina, stop right there. I have a message for the non-human who lives here. Zombieina, you're suspected of violating the Species Exchange Act. Give up and leave peacefully. In that, Trihexa also enters the place. Trihexa, Bina-chan, cobwebs scare me a little. Zombieina, come on, man. While they were talking, Trihexa was walking around the place to check it out, but then Trihexa tripped over some cobwebs that were on the ground, and these were enough for Trihexa to trip and fall on Zombieina, crushing her. Trihexa, what a pain! I think I tripped over something. Zombieina, I'm so glad I'm a zombie. I would have died otherwise. While they were getting up, the non-human had managed to escape and was now on the roof. You could see that this non-human was half spider. Meanwhile, near the house we can see that on one of the roofs of the other houses there was Monako with her rifle pointing at her house. In that, the non-human realizes that Monako was pointing at her and decides to move quickly, but Monako shoots at her, but she manages to dodge it, and then jumps to the roof of another house and flee from that place. While Monako was nervous since she had missed the shot and had allowed the criminal to escape from the place. Monako, what do I do? He dodged my shot. While Monako was crying for failing, we can see that Doppel was lying on the same roof, observing the stars since she had not been assigned a role in this capture operation. Doppel, at least they assigned you a role. After that, the girls met with Smith and then left since she had managed to escape from the place. Meanwhile, Smith searched the house and found something that worried her, so she decided to pay Issei a visit. Now we are at Issei's house, where we can see that Smith was talking to the girls, but there was no sign of Issei around. Smith then, the girl left that note before escaping. Smith was there explaining to the girls why he was here. Smith, I had the address of this house. That director must have gotten it from someone. We went when we received an SOS signal, but she left without permission. Maya, you got away. Smith, we're still not entirely clear on the situation. He wasn't registered as her host family. What was a non-human doing living with him? While they were talking, Daddy and Sue were bringing merchandise into the house and leaving it on the dining room table. Smith and Honey-kun? Centuria, he went to work and then he would stop by the supermarket for some offers. He shouldn't be long in arriving. In that, Mia sees that Daddy and Sue brought the things in. Maya, what are you doing? Dad, since there was a lot of groceries thrown outside, we are bringing them in. At that moment the girls went out to see and saw several bags full of purchases thrown on the floor. Maya, darling? Meanwhile, in another place, we find ourselves in an abandoned warehouse, and when we look inside we can see how Issei was hanging upside down. Issei, hey? I was coming back from the supermarket, and where am I? Unknown, did you finally wake up? I can't believe I caught you so easily. Humans are so weak, how detestable. Nice to meet you, I'm a spider. At that, Issei observes the girl who was in front of him and sees that she was a half-spider girl. Issei was not worried since he did not feel that she was really dangerous, so he decided to play along with her to find out what she wanted, so he let himself be captured since he had noticed that they had been following him for a while. Ragnara, is this your first time seeing an arachne? Hey, are you scared? Meanwhile, Issei just watched her in silence since he didn't feel any danger, so he would limit himself to talking to her. Issei, good evening, you're right, it's my first time seeing an arachne. My blood is rushing to my head, could you bring me down? Ragnara, you look pretty calm. At that, Ragnar cuts a thread that was next to her with her fingers, and that causes Issei to fall to the ground. Issei, oh, that hurts. Ragnar, let's see how long you can play the tough guy. At that, Ragnar raises one of her arms, which causes her breasts to move, and this makes Issei now able to see the nipples of Ragnar's breasts, which makes him blush slightly. Issei, and what are you supposed to want? Ragnar, thinking, he seems pretty calm despite the situation he's in right now. I'll have fun when I unmask his hypocrisy before they catch me. At that, Ragnar licks her fingers while watching Issei. While seeing what she does, he feels a slight chill while remembering Akeno. While Ragnar continued to watch Issei, she heard the warehouse door open, so she quickly went to where Issei was and grabbed him, then went up to the roof and put Issei against her chest so he wouldn't make any noise. Meanwhile, down on the ground, we could see how the person who had entered the place was none other than the night guard, who was making his rounds because he had heard a noise inside the place. Guard, is anyone there? We got a call. Then the guard continues checking the place until he finds a spider web and gets scared. Guard, cobweb, how disgusting! Meanwhile, with Issei, he was still between Ragnar's breasts, which was exciting him since they were soft and large. They were also soft, and he had his face between them. He also felt from time to time how her nipples rubbed against his face, while Ragnar was calm, holding Issei to prevent him from making a loud noise and being discovered, and secured him with her spider legs. Ragnar, don't make a single sound, if you dare to ask for help. In that, Ragnar had her spider legs holding Issei, but she put them between Issei's legs from behind, and in doing so she also feels Issei's enormous little friend hard, which makes them blush and excites her a little because it's so big and hard. Ragnar, hey, but you're really hard down there. Issei, sad face, thinking, shit. He realized. Issei, sorry, it's a physiological reaction. Ragnar, shut up. At that, Ragnar places her web over Issei's mouth to silence him, but he tried to speak but only babble could be heard. Meanwhile, downstairs the security guard was scared by the noises he heard. At that time he heard a louder one, so he checked the ceiling, and when he was about to shine light on where Ragnar was, she moved quickly and put Issei between her breasts again to silence him, while the guard ran away from the place out of fear since he hadn't found anything on the ceiling. Ragnar, that was close. Issei, At that, Ragnar sees Issei again and blushes while a smile forms on her face. After a few seconds, Ragnar pushes Issei, and he manages to hold on with his teeth since he squeezed the rope he had in his mouth, and it stopped his fall. Ragnar, you're doing a good job holding yourself up, what a good boy. Right now you're hanging from the threads in your mouth and on your legs. What would happen if you fell from this height? Issei, why are you doing this? Ragnar, you're a bad boy. At that, Ragnar lifts the clothes that covered her breasts, leaving them bare, and then she lies on top of Issei and puts her uncovered breasts on him on his back, and she begins to move on him. This caused a good feeling of pleasure to Ragnar, as she felt her hard nipples rub against Issei's back. Ragnar, you deserve a punishment. Does it weigh heavily on you? At that, Ragnar approaches Issei's ear and whispers. Ragnar, now you're really trying hard, aren't you? The way you're holding on is really cute, but can you hold on like this? At that, Ragnar approaches Issei's ear to give it a soft bite, which causes Issei to feel a chill and a little excitement. But this was not all, because then Ragnar began to lick Issei's ear. Issei, sad face, thinking, shit, I don't know how long I can last. But at that, Issei increases the strength of his bite, which causes the strands of spiderweb to be cut, and he begins to fall since Ragnar had gotten out of his back in time. And when he was about to crash, Ragnar stops his fall a few centimeters from the ground and then goes down to where Issei was. Ragnar, I can't believe it, you were able to cut my strands with your teeth, so that wasn't the only hard part of your body, huh? After that, Issei gets bored and breaks the ropes, but it seems that they broke, while Ragnar was still a little blushed but had already covered her breasts. Issei, hey Ragnar-san, why are you running away? You should be with your host family, not with me. Ragnar, I don't get along with my host family. Issei, what? Ragnar, they were probably expecting another kind of guest. In that, Ragnar remembers when she arrived at where her host family lived and remembers the look of disgust on their faces when they saw her. Ragnara. Her bitter expressions were like something to be framed. She also remembers when the cinematographer came to look for her. Ragnara, that shady man offered them to keep me. Well, they probably wanted to get rid of me by then. Issei, how cruel. At that, Ragnara gets angry at Issei's words and stands on top of him and puts one of her paws very close to his head to intimidate him, but he doesn't care. Ragnara, let me tell you something. I'm not looking for your pity. I'm sick of humans. Even though they say nice things, they only accept those who look like them. I'm sick of normal humans. Ragnara, you're just like them. Your body only reacts to the part of me that looks human. My other half must make you feel repulsion. Issei, no, actually you may be different, but I still find you very beautiful. At Issei Ragnara's words she blushes, but then she comes up with something to annoy him. Ragnara, pervert. Issei, what? Ragnara, you must be a total pervert if you find a spider's body beautiful. How disgusting. Issei, oi. Ragnara, what? Are you that desperate? Could it be that you're still a virgin? At that, Ragnara lifts the clothes that covered her breasts again, and Issei blushes. Issei, I'm not. At that point, a strong light coming from outside enters the place, and if we leave the warehouse we can see that it was surrounded by officials from the Species Exchange Agency, while if we go back inside we can see that Issei and Ragnara were attached to the wall on opposite sides of the window so that they could not be seen. Issei, what? Ragnara, thinking, I found a moment to ask for help. I was just pretending to distract myself. Issei, we are surrounded. Then they hear a megaphone turn on and someone starts speaking. Smith, we are interspecies exchange coordinator Smith. Issei, what? Smith, I have a message. You attacked a self-proclaimed film director. You broke the law with said act. Surrender this instant. While Smith was speaking we can see that the Mon Squad girls were ready to act. Monako was leaning on a box pointing at the place while Zombina and Tainishia were waiting with their weapons ready, and Doppel was talking to the guard. Smith, otherwise we will use force. Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Ragnara, we can see how she was nervous about what would happen. Ragnara, thinking, I'll have to use him as a hostage too. At that, Ragnara sees Issei and sees that he was calm but was muttering something. Issei, this must be excessive if it's just a girl. Besides, it wasn't her fault that her host family sold her, and she ended up in the hands of someone like him. Surely she must have done it in self-defense if she had to live with someone so disgusting. It's unfair that they treat her like a criminal. Ragnara, Issei, I won't allow them to punish her for their mistake. Ragnara, Issei, it doesn't matter if they get angry. At that, Ragnara takes Issei's head and turns it towards her. Ragnara, yes. Issei, he? Ragnara, would you really do something like that? Issei, he? At that, Issei turns completely and looks at Ragnara's face. Issei, yes, after all I don't think you attacked him intentionally, so it would be better if you escaped while you don't get caught. Ragnara, thanks, ahaha, but don't you think it's excessive? In that, Smith enters the warehouse and sees Issei talking to Ragnara, and for some reason Smith noticed how she had a smile on her face. After that, everything became clear and the agents of the interspecies exchange squad left as well as the Mon squad, but not before Zombina went to greet Issei, and then she fainted since Issei kissed her on the cheek and Tainishia ended up carrying her again. Now we can see how Issei was with Smith and Ragnara talking about this situation. Smith, I'm so sorry. We assigned you to the wrong family and didn't do a proper check. Ragnara, I never expected an apology from you. We have a little trust issue on our hands. Your mistake triggered all of this. Smith, trust? Ragnara, ACI, yes. At that, Ragnara looks at Issei, who had sat on top of some boards that were near them. Ragnara, I have nowhere else to go, but I guess I could just live in a remodeled house with a bunch of other non-human girls. Either I could call it a good life if my host was repulsed by Arachnes. At that, Ragnara goes to Issei and hugs him, putting her breasts on his back while her face was next to Issei's, while Smith understood what Arachne meant, just like Issei. Smith, I understand, if that's what you want, we don't have many alternatives. It will be difficult to find a place like that. Issei, don't worry Smith-chan, I'll take care of Ragnara-chan. Smith, well, if you offer, No problem, from now on you are their host family. At this response, Ragnar becomes happy and hugs Issei, and after a few minutes she rests her head on Issei's while still hugging him, while Issei has an arm around her waist and hugs her. Chapter 10, Centauria and Ragnar. We are in Issei's house and we can see how he was sleeping in his room. The day before he had tired him with the Ragnar issue, and he also had to promise that he would compensate the girls for bringing a new girl to his house. But leaving that aside, now we can see how Issei was resting until he is interrupted by the sound of his alarm. Wanting to sleep a little more, he moves his arm to try to turn it off, but instead of his hand touching the alarm clock, it ended up in something soft and round. Issei doesn't know what it was since his eyes were closed. He squeezes his hand. After a few seconds he inspects what it was. He knew they were breasts, and by the size he deduced that they were Centauria's, so he decided to open his eyes to see how she was. When Issei opened his eyes, he confirmed that it was Centauria who was next to his bed and that it was her breasts he was squeezing, but she had a neutral but blushed face. Centauria, good morning, my lord. At that, Issei smiles and approaches Centauria's face and kisses her on the lips, continuing to squeeze one of her breasts. After a few seconds of kissing, they separate. Issei smiles and Centauria blushes more. Issei, good morning, Syria-chan. You know I love your breasts, and I love waking up with them next to me, but you know that now I have a problem. Centauria, what's wrong, my lord? Do I have something bothering you with my breasts? Whatever it is, At that, Issei covers Centauria's lips with a finger, making her keep silent. Issei, it's not that, Syria-chan. The problem I have is that now I don't know what to do with this. At that, Issei points to his crotch and focuses on where he was pointing and sees that Issei had a huge erection under his boxers, which caused her to blush. Lemon skipped. Now Issei had just finished writing his new song and decided to play it in its entirety. When Issei finished singing, Centauria applauded him. Centauria, incredible song, my lord. Issei, thanks Serial-chan, I'm glad you like it. At that, Issei sees how the door opens and saw that the other girls were also listening there, and they all congratulated him for the song. Daddy, husband, I'm hungry. At that, Issei looks at the time and sees that it was already dinner time. Issei, well, I think I'd better go cook dinner. After that, Issei went to cook, and after a while everyone had already had dinner, and now Issei picked up the things and went to wash the dishes. Daddy, it was delicious, husband. Sui, yes. Ragnar, it was an exquisite sky. Issei, thank you. While Issei was thanking Ragnar Maya for the compliment, he got angry when he heard how she was calling his darling. Maya, Ragnar-san, what do you mean by, honey? You just arrived and you're talking to her like that? Ragnar, now, should I call him, darling, like you? At Ragnar's response, Mia got even angrier. Maya, growling, Ragnar-san, you'll see. Maya then tries to attack Ragnar, but she quickly ends up tying Maya up in a bondage style with her web. Ragnar, you don't have to be so formal. Call me Ragnar. While that was happening, Issei turned around to see what had happened and saw Mia tied to the floor with bondage, and this excited him since her breasts stood out, and he was also excited by the idea of having sex with Mia tied like that. So Issei quickly turned his gaze to calm the erection that was forming. At that, Maya gets up with a sinister smile. Maya, Daddy will help me. Then Mia went to where Daddy was and saw that he was with Sue playing in a hammock made of cobwebs that Ragnar had just made for them. Daddy, what's this? How fun! You're great, Ragni-san. Ragnar, bye. Nay, do you mean me? Maya, I knew it, she's useless. After that, Maya thought about Mero so that she could help her against Ragnar. But when she turned to where she was, she saw that she was talking happily with Ragnar. Mero, what sea do you come from? Ragnar, ahaha, I'm not a crab. Maya was about to give up but remembered Centauria. Maya, thinking it doesn't matter, I still have Centauria. At that moment, Maya saw where Centauria was, but she was drinking tea while she was next to Issei. Centauria, I don't object to Ragnar Dano living here. Maya, what? Centauria, just like when I arrived, Mirandano doesn't seem bad to me. At that, Issei finished washing the dishes and turned off the water. He straightened up, but as he did so, he felt himself colliding with Issei's breasts. Issei ignored that and continued walking, but Centauria walked next to him, her breasts still colliding with his face. Issei Syria. At that, Centauria saw this and quickly moved away from Issei and knelt down. Centauria, my apologies. Please get on my back. At that, Centauria points to her back so Issei could mount her. Issei, I won't ride you. What's wrong, Syria-chan? You've been clinging to me all day. At that, Centauria stands up and stands in front of Issei. Centauria, what are you saying? You are my lord. It is my duty to accompany you. Please allow me to follow you. Issei, but Syria-chan, I wanted to go to the bathroom. At that, Issei approaches Centauria's ear and whispers. Issei, although if you want you can come in and we can continue what we did in the morning. At Issei Centauria's response, she blushes completely and turns around. Centauria, I'm sorry. After that, Issei enters the bathroom while Centauria stays waiting outside next to the door, standing guard. Maya approaches where Centauria was to talk to her about Ragnara. Maya, you have no objection? Centauria, no. Maya, I know she's up to something, she looks very suspicious. Centauria, Mia, you shouldn't judge others by their appearance, aren't you ashamed? We non-humans should know that better than anyone. Maya, you're right, but… At that moment they hear a knock inside the bathroom. It turns out that while the girls were talking outside the bathroom, Issei had entered, but he didn't expect that Ragnara was on the ceiling waiting for him to enter, and when she had the opportunity she took the opportunity to catch him with her web. Meanwhile outside. Centauria, my lord? Maya, darling? At that, Centauria kicks the door to open it so she can see what happened to Issei. When they did, they saw Issei sitting in the bathroom with his hands tied and Ragnara on top of him with her breasts in his face. The two of them got angry when they saw what Ragnara was doing, and when she saw that she was discovered, she freed Issei. Ragnara, sorry, my love came into the bathroom suddenly so I tied him up by instinct. Maya, you're lying. You were waiting for it. Centauria intervenes and makes Mia shut up. Centauria, I understand, but remember to lock the door when you enter the bathroom. Maya, what? After that, Issei left the bathroom and spent some time with the girls before going to bed. He said goodbye to them and then went up to his room. Issei, I'm tired, what the hell is going on with Syria-chan and Ragnara-san? At that, Issei jumps to lie down on his bed, but when he was about to reach it he falls on something else and bounces. Issei had fallen on a hammock made of spiderweb. Issei, hey? What's this? Ragnara, we're finally alone. At that, Ragnara comes down from the roof and stands on Issei. Issei, Ragnara-san? Ragnara, why do you call me that? You know, I'd like you to call me Ragnara-chan. Issei, he? Ragnara, not that it matters, but I like it better. Issei, what are you doing? Ragnara, what do I do? A love nest. Issei, huh? At that, Ragnara covers the door with cobwebs blocking it so that no one could enter and interrupt them. After that she climbs on top of Issei again and takes the closure of the clothes that covered her breasts. Ragnara, you know, in the morning I saw you very excited with the centaur. I really didn't think you would break the law, but you know, it turned me on a lot seeing how you made it yours. At that, Ragnara takes off the garment that covered her breasts and takes Issei's hands and places them on her breasts, and Issei unconsciously squeezes them, drawing a moan of pleasure from Ragnara. Ragnara, let's have some fun, now no one will interrupt us. At that, Ragnara had gotten so close to Issei that both felt each other's breath, while Issei on his own was squeezing her breasts, while Ragnara moved a hand to Issei's brooch and began to rub his hock over his clothes. Ragnara, ho, it's already hard, and how big? At that, Ragnara was going to put her hand under his clothes to caress him directly, but at that moment she heard something cut, and she moved away a little from Issei's face, and they both saw how the door to Issei's room was cut into pieces. Ragnara, wow, you tore it to pieces, was that necessary? Issei, wasn't it a fake sword? At that, in a quick movement, she runs and takes Issei by the arm and then jumps out the window and runs away with Issei riding her, while in Issei's room we can see how Ragnar stared out the window at what had just happened. Ragnar, isn't she more dangerous than me? Meanwhile, returning with Issei and Centauria, we can see how she was running along the street while Issei was hugging her waist to hold on. While they were running, people were watching that and some recognized Issei and began to record, but without Centauria realizing it, the others. Issei used a spell and made people forget that they saw him pass by after a few seconds and the cameras were not recording. Issei, Sirya-chan, where are we going? Centauria, far from home. Centauria, thinking, if he tries to sink his fangs into her, it would be best to continue like this until. In that Centauria begins to imagine her future, first as Issei and she get on a train and go far away, then the scene changes and she sees Issei leaving for a concert, and she is in the VIP room. Then the scene changes again, and we see how Issei was arriving at his house and the first thing he sees is a naked Centauria only being covered by an apron in front, and finally the scene changes where we see a pregnant Centauria and Issei holding her hand while he had his head next to her belly trying to feel a kick from his son. Centauria, those looks. Issei, huh? Centauria, the curious glances we non-humans receive, very few are malicious but the glances of those who see you as a different being can be very penetrating. Issei, sad-faced thinking, I don't think they'll look at you for that. While Issei was watching how Centauria's enormous breasts were bouncing as she ran down the street, and the vast majority were men who watched as they bounced too. Centauria, we non-humans live subject to those gazes. Issei, and no, it's just. Centauria, I know how painful it can be however, I also judged Ragnar Adano by his appearance. Issei, but it was thanks to you that. Centauria, regardless of the results, seeing her like that is unforgivable. At that point, Centauria starts to break and after a few seconds it stops. Both had arrived at a place where there was no one, there were only some old warehouses. Centauria, I came as a representative of the noble centaurs, but... At that Issei gets off Centauria and stands by her side. Centauria, I am not worthy of such a task. Unknown, wow. Just look at those udders and she has a horse's body, how disgusting. At that, Issei sees who was speaking and sees that it was the same blonde who had insulted Mia before. But now he wasn't alone, he was with a group of people. Girl, is it a centaur? He should only be able to do it from behind. Issei, seriously, he never learns and they come with friends. In that he sees how they were approaching but he focuses and just ignores them. Rubio, with those udders, she looks like a cow. Girl, I would like to milk them. Boy, me too. Issei, enough with. Then he stops Issei with his arm. Issei, my lord, I don't understand the filth coming out of your mouths, let's get out of here. Girl, is that your boyfriend? Rubio, do you think I can satisfy her? Boy too, with your virgin sausage I doubt it. Centauria became very angry at their comments. Girl needs a horse. At that Centauria takes out his sword and was about to attack them. Centauria, do you want me to tear you to pieces? Blonde, are you sure? I thought they couldn't hurt humans. At that, Centauria gets a little scared. Rubio, you'll cause a diplomatic incident. At that Issei was going to move but one of the boys comes from behind and catches him, holding him by the neck. Boy 4, behave like a virgin. Centauria, my lord. At that point, 2 other boys take advantage and grab Centauria's arms, immobilizing her. Rubio, we can forget about her horse part and have fun with those others. At that moment, the blonde approaches Centauria's breasts, moving his fingers. Ragnar was watching nearby and was about to interrupt, but at that moment, everyone feels the temperature drop and an enormous pressure is felt in that place. Rubio, okay? At that he turns around and sees Issei with his gaze lowered. Issei, don't you dare touch her. Rubio, and what are you doing, virgin? At that the blonde approaches Centauria again. Girl, he's desperate for the mare. Issei, I warned you. Rubio, okay? At that he turns around and sees something that surprises him. In a quick movement, issei hits the stomach of the one holding him with his elbow, and this blow knocks the air out of him and releases him, and issei takes advantage of this, and in a quick movement he jumps and kicks the boy's head, sending him far away, knocked out. Then he starts walking towards the blonde, and the boy who was loose tries to attack him, but issei dodges him and hits him in the stomach, and then in the jaw, sending him flying. In that, issei was still looking down, but now he lifts him up, and when he does so, everyone sees something that surprises them, and the men are scared. They see how now issei's eyes were slanted and were green and the torn part black. Also, issei was releasing a powerful killer instinct towards them. Issei continues walking, but those holding Centuria's arms release her and go to attack issei too, but issei ducks, dodging their blows. He kicks the first one and sends him far away fainting, and he hits the other with a combo to the face and leaves him out of combat with a few less teeth. Then issei was already in front of the blonde, who upon seeing him falls to the ground in fear. "Rubio, please forgive me, I swear you'll never see us again." Issei ignores him and takes him by the neck with one hand and lifts him up. "Issei, this is the last chance. If I see you near me or my girls again, or if you try to do something to them, I will kill you, do you understand?" "Rubio, I swear. Please let me go." "Issei, I'm sorry, but I can't. You tried to touch one of the women I love, so you deserve a punishment." Issei hits the stomach of the blonde, and then he falls to his knees since issei had released him. But after that, issei took him by the head and slammed it against the ground, breaking it with the force of the blow. He had not killed him, but now he would understand. Then issei looked at the girl, and she had urinated on herself, and after a few seconds she ran away, while issei calmed down and his eyes returned to normal and turned towards Centuria. "Issei, are you okay, Siria-chan?" Centuria, "Hi, my lord." "Issei, I'm glad." At that, issei approaches and hugs her, and then kisses her. "Issei, I will never let anything hurt you, Sarah-chan." Then Ragnar falls near them. Ragnar, "Wow, I didn't think you were that strong." "Issei, I will never let anyone hurt the people I love." This made Centuria blush. "Centuria, not to sound rude, but what are you doing here, Ragnar Dano?" After a few seconds, he stops to hear anything and sees Ragnar, and when he does, he sees how she was hugging issei while gently biting his ear. "Ragnar, honey, you were so manly. Why don't we continue with what we did before in one of these motels, so we can play a little?" Ragnar ties issei's hands, while in a quick movement Centuria runs and hits Ragnar in the head with a kick and takes issei and hugs him against her breasts. Ragnar, hey, head injuries are serious. Centuria, I'm really sorry. I don't mean to discriminate against you, but I definitely hate you. At this cry, issei and Ragnar are surprised. Centuria, don't touch my lord. He's mine and no one else's. He's not your toy. At that, Centuria calms down and is embarrassed by what he just said. Centuria, what did I just do? I was very rude to her. I'll have to return to my land, my lord. Thank you very much for everything. Issei, calm down, Siria-chan. Then they hear Ragnar start to laugh. Ragnar, ha ha ha, you finally say what you think, you're too serious. Centuria, huh? Ragnar, I hate people who pretend like everything's okay. It was so annoying that you said you didn't mind even though you kept an eye on me. Given my size, I can easily hurt people. Anyone would be careful around me. Do you find that discriminatory? We can like or dislike whatever we want. Do you dislike me? Isn't that normal? Pretending we get along is just hypocrisy. What does it matter if you don't like me? Ragnar, okay, shall we go back home? Running here made me hungry. Issei, I'll prepare some dinner. At that, Issei also starts walking next to Ragnar, while Centuria stayed on her knees in the place thinking about what just happened. Centuria, thinking, left me speechless. It's true that I dislike her, but I can trust her. At that, Centuria runs to where Issei and Ragnar were. She was holding one of his arms and putting it between her breasts, and when Centuria arrived she took the other, and did the same. After a while they arrived at the house where Centuria spoke with Ragnar. Centuria, Ragnar Dano, allow me to compensate you in some way, otherwise I will not rest easy. Ragnar, in that case. After that, Issei entered the living room and saw something that excited him. He saw that Centauria was tied up like in bondage while hanging from the ceiling with her mouth covered. Ragnara was also nearby with more spider web in her hands. Issei, Ragnara-chan? Ragnara, you can't imagine how much I wanted to tie her up. Centauria, thinking, resist, you asked for it, it's the punishment your immature heart deserves, but… Ragnara, okay, now I'll tie your hands behind your back. Centauria, thinking, I definitely hate her.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.